All right, we're live. I hope y'all enjoyed that new intro.
That was very nice, wasn't it?
Trying to make things better and better all the time. Yeah, we got a pretty good one here. But let me get rid of this. I need to update this Mac. I just haven't had time.
Yeah,
it keeps popping up saying update your computer, and I'm like, as soon as I get a minute,
just
as soon as
wait,
I get
man,
it,
wait.
I'm either live or I'm creating stuff for a live or something, you know. So, but yeah, we'll get to it. But no, we've got a good one for you here today, and we'll get to that here in just a few minutes. But Joe, how you been?
I've been great, man. I've been great.
Awesome, man. I know you brought a few things over for us to sip on.
Try, yes.
After the regular show's over, yeah. So yeah, we'll. So again, if you're new to this, the first maybe 40, 50 minutes, maybe an hour. It depends on how long it takes us to get through the regular scheduled program. We are going to be talking about bourbons. We're going to be sipping on some bourbons and discussing it. And then after that, I usually stay on for a little while, and we call it an after party, you know, but it's the same stream. So we just keep it going. But today we're going to be talking about same bourbon, same mash bill, but different strengths. And what does that do to the notes of a bourbon? Are barrel strength cask strength barrel proof bourbons worth the money? Because they always cost a lot more.
Yeah.
Now, typically, before we get into that, just because a bourbon says it's barrel strength does not mean it's a single barrel bourbon. There's a misconception about that. They could have 50 barrels. And of course, they go around and try them and say, yeah, stamp this one as a barrel proof and all that. If it's the same exact mash bill, same part of the warehouse, all that stuff, they can marry those together and bottle them. And they get the ABV based on whatever the ABV comes out to when they mix. They just don't cut it with any water. You know, it's straight from the barrel. Now, a lot of the barrel proofs, they are single barrels. And you'll get barrel and batch number and all that on them. And I know Elijah Craig has those, you know, the designations on there and all of that. So it can be either way. But it's not just because, unless it says single barrel proof or single barrel cask strength, it doesn't have to come from the same barrel. But it does usually come from the same batch, you know, that they had in the rick house. So anyway, with that said, I'm going to play a little intro here, a little cutaway to let you know what we're going to be talking about. All right. And we have the first one I think we'll try is this Penelope. Now, Penelope is MGP. But it is barrel. Well, I don't know if it's barreled by them or they buy the barrels, but I don't know if they buy the White Dog and then barrel it themselves or if they buy the barrels, but they buy unaged barrels. I mean, they buy it and then they store it, they age it, they have it in their climate controlled environment. They cut it, and this one's cut down to 80 proof, and that's why we're going to try it first. And then we will try the barrel strength version of it. So we're going to have an 80 proof, and then we're going to have a little bit of the 115.6 proof. So same stuff here, but this is just regular Penelope. Now, it being our first bourbon that we try, you will probably be able to pick up some things from it. Now, I'm not going to pour a lot of any of this.
Yeah.
Because we have 4 of them to get through, and one of them is one of the best barrel proof Elijah Craig versions I've had, the B520. So we'll start with this one, and let me go ahead and pour the barrel strength version of it, and that way you can see the difference in color along with
the bottles. Yeah.
All right, that's enough to get the color off of it right there.
Difference in color.
Right there. Yep, it is darker because it doesn't have a lot of water added to it. They didn't diffuse it. All right, so, yep. Yeah, it is several shades darker. Let me swirl these things. I can two-hand swirl. I'm talented. I don't know if it's talent.
That is an art, definitely.
Or I've been doing this for a long freaking time. It's like, I've been doing it a lot. Let me get back to the comments over here. So, yeah, double swirl, get some nosing notes. Yep, I mean, it's faint, the regular one. It's very light in color, light in aroma. Oh yeah, there, that barrel proof comes through and kicks you in the nose. Texas Gamer Chick, how's it going? And if I don't shout out everybody, it's Jerry J, Crazy Ann, Dixie Hawkins, and Texas Gamer Chick. We'll get to y'all. Stick around. Yeah, we'll get to you. All right, I'm gonna take a sip of this one.
Coats the tongue.
Mm-hmm. The
Not
legs,
too much of a burn.
Legs on it. No, this is very light. Legs on it are really decent though, but a lot of the MGP juice, and it does have that clear, sharp edge, like we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's indicative of a better aged bourbon. It wasn't aged too quickly and that type of stuff. So, but you can tell this wasn't aged. I mean, if they aged it in a hot environment, the bourbon would be darker, actually, even at 80 proof. So this is very mellow aged stuff right here. And it's got decent notes. It just doesn't have a lot of them.
So, what would happen if they aged it in a
warmer,
higher temperature?
Yeah, higher temperature. It causes it to extract more faster from the wood, and you can't age it as long because it's pulling a lot of, and it will get dark, and it will pull some wood sugars for a little while. But if it's too hot and you try to even go 4 years, it's way too much. It's going to be bitter. It's going to pull those tannins out of the wood, and it's going to be oaky as heck.
So could you do a year hot and the rest of the time cold?
Yeah, you can move barrels around, but I wouldn't.
Just to draw some of the darkness out?
Yeah. Typically what you see, though, is somebody trying to make a bang for their buck real fast. And so they want a darker bourbon with a few more notes, but boy, you got to be careful because it's a lot of luck involved in that. Cool running, Blue Farm, how's it going? Mr. Fulton Moraz. Because you will all of a sudden, it can be like from 1 month to the next, and you've ruined your bourbon, you know.
Is that what Trader Joe's did?
Probably. Well, and there's also pressure aging, but we won't get into that. All right, so the barrel proof version. That is an explosion of flavor compared to the regular Penelope. Explosion. I mean, it's night and day difference. Now, oh yeah, and it's got a little more. It has a lot more hug to it. It's got some hug to it. This one won't hug you at all.
Burned all the way down my throat.
Now, when I say that, it's only 115.6.
Yeah, that's a lightweight.
Yeah, I mean it's not that bad, but it does have a punch to it, and it does have a lot more notes in it, and that's a good thing. Everything's spicy. How's it going?
Everything's spicy.
So I'm going to take another sip of this, and then I'm going to go back to the regular Penelope, and you're not going to be able to taste it. You won't hardly taste it. Oh yeah, that barrel proof Penelope is fantastic. Now, go back and try the regular, just straight bourbon whiskey at 80 proof. Tastes kind of like colored water.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, but that's the difference. And that's why people pay more for the barrel proofs and cask strengths, because you're going to get a lot more notes. Now, if it's not a good bourbon, you're going to get a lot more notes, but they may not necessarily be good. But depending on the environment they aged it in. But some people's tastes are different, and they like oakier bourbons, and so they like barrel proofs that have been aged and even 4+ years in a slightly warmer environment. I mean, at some point it's too hot, and you don't get anything. But some people like that oaky, the darker oaky flavor.
So, just a regular bourbon drinker, is it worth it for him to buy the
Depends on
stuff?
Depends on what you're going to do with it, right? If you're sipping neat, like I said, when I said pay attention to that 80 proof Penelope, you're going to get some notes off of it. But then we do the barrel proof, and you come back and you don't. So let's say you just want an afternoon sipper for after work, like on a Tuesday, and you don't want over 100 proof. You just want to sit and enjoy an 80 proof bourbon and relax and
smoke a cigar.
Well, I wouldn't put a cigar with it because you wouldn't taste it anymore. But no, if you just want to, wind down at the end of the day, it has enough good notes in it. All three of them to really help you relax. But if you really want to get into tasting the bourbon and enjoying what the full notes are, you got to go for the higher proof stuff.
You heard it here, folks.
Hey, John Ross, how's it going?
Hey, John Ross.
Yeah, we're comparing regular offerings of bourbons to their barrel proof cask strength counterparts.
They don't compare.
Now that we've had that, I'm going to pour us an Elijah Craig small batch. This is the 94 proof regular old Heaven Hill Elijah Craig's 1789 small batch, right? So it's darker than the Penelope because they didn't water it down as much. But there's that one. And I keep reading on here to make sure that this is, and then I'll pour us a little bit of this is the 127.2 proof. Okay. This is batch B520. And this is from several years ago. No, this is batch bourbon.
Oh, batch.
Yeah. But it is barrel proof. So whatever barrels they used in that batch, they didn't water any of them down. So pour you a little of this one. Now compare the color on those. It is going to be a tiny bit darker, the barrel proof.
Yeah.
But compared to the Penelope, the regular Elijah Craig is actually darker than the barrel proof Penelope.
Yes, it is.
Yep. So that's why I say Elijah Craig small batch is my favorite starter bourbon. If people say, I usually just drink Jim Beam, but I'd like to start trying other bourbons, what do you suggest? I send them to Elijah Craig or Larceny. They're both from Heaven Hill. One's a sweeter bourbon, which is the Elijah Craig, and then the drier version of the mash bill and all is Larceny. So, oh yeah. Let me do my double barrel swirl here so y'all can see the talent going on. And Elijah Craig small batch first. Now it is as aromatic as the Penelope barrel proof. But
coated the tongue, it didn't burn.
But it's not as punchy as the Penelope barrel proof. Right. It overshadows the regular Penelope like crazy. Did you get those fruit notes out of it? Little more fruity notes in it?
Yes.
Yeah, that is a dang fine bourbon for like just a regular old, was it $30 or something, $36, Now, though, compare it to the barrel proof, especially this B520, which is arguably one of the better barrel proofs they came out with. Now there's subtle differences, and all there's the, you know, the A batches, C batches, B batches, and there's the B521's not bad either.
Hey, Livewire, how's it going?
Woo wee! Now what you get into with this B520 is you're dipping into those pipe tobacco, leather, you know, that type of stuff. It's a darker, way more notes in it. You get that like cherry pipe tobacco, you know. So, and the attenuation around the edge is a lot sharper on the barrel proof.
And the legs are pretty good.
Oh yeah, this is great stuff. I mean, you know, the small batch is what it is, and it's a faster aging on it. More bottles produce a lot more. You don't lose as much to evaporation or absorption and all of that. And they water it down, so they're cutting it with water, which gives them more volume to sell and bottle. And so, yeah, they can sell it a lot cheaper. But the Elijah Craig barrel proof, I mean, I know they're kind of going up in price a little bit, but when I bought that bottle, it was like $65. So it was about twice as much as maybe not even quite twice as much as the regular Elijah Craig. And I forget now, I don't know what the prices are on now. I think when I bought this Elijah Craig, it was about $36, and this one was $65. So, and 36 would be over $70, you know, and now I think that's where they're pricing them at.
Yeah, they've probably gone up, definitely. It's like everything else.
Now that B520, I would put a cigar with it, but not really. I mean, I would, but I enjoy it too much to put a cigar with it, you know.
Just like you mix it.
Right. Yeah, I won't mix them, but I also won't put a cigar with them. But I'm just sipping on the regular Elijah Craig right now because the barrel proof is going to overshadow it, and I want to enjoy it last. Kathy Bates, how's it going?
Hey, Kathy Bates.
Yeah, my son was asking about bourbon, and you know, he's in his 20s, and I said, get you a little bottle of Elijah Craig, and he bought a little bottle of it, you know, half bottle, and he really enjoyed it. So
there you go.
But yeah, I think he likes. He doesn't care for Elijah, and I wouldn't suggest putting Elijah Craig in an old fashioned because it's already too sweet. Well, it's not too sweet, but it's too sweet to add sugar to it. You know, I would, if I were going to do an old fashioned, I want a drier bourbon or a rye with more spicy kicks to it. But that is good stuff right there. All right, back to the big dog.
The shoe. It does taste good.
Oh yeah, we're sipping these down quick. And I actually just realized I got my glasses mixed up.
Uh-oh.
Yep, I sure did. I put the snifter down on the wrong side of the other snifter. Because this is regular Elijah Craig and that is the barrel proof. But when we first started tasting them, you can really tell the difference. But then once you burn your tongue out on all these, we're hammering them so fast. I'm like, no, that's not singeing that bad. And then I go to the other one. I'm like, oh wait, that tastes like iced tea. So and we're not reviewing these. There is no way I would be hammering bourbons on top of each other like this if we were doing a proper review. But all this is so you can see the difference. And then tell everybody, is the barrel proof worth the extra money? And when would it be worth the extra money?
It would be worth the extra money if you're looking to party. Essentially,
I wouldn't party with it. I mean, to me, here's the deal. If I were going to throw a party, and people were just going to hammer on stuff with no regard, I would go for the cheaper priced Elijah Craig small batch, and I would also have some of this old cheap Benchmark on hand. If people want to mix it with Sprite or something, you know, you're not going to mix there's no way I'm going to let anybody mix a corked good bourbon in anything, you know, and that's why I tend, if people want to have it like old fashions, and I like an old fashioned every once in a while, don't get me wrong, but I drink it with rye. I don't drink it with bourbon.
So the Elijah Craig regular would be if you're coming home and you want to kick back in your favorite chair and recline and just sip a good bourbon.
Yeah, and I like it better than certainly better than the Penelope regular.
And when I said party, I didn't mean party.
Oh,
party.
party,
I meant
party.
like 2 or 3 people.
Yeah, no,
coming over.
Bourbon tasting.
Yeah, a little bourbon tasting. Yeah.
Mm.
But this one's very good, very light. You could probably smoke a cigar with it, but you wouldn't want to.
Well, right. Well, and that's the deal. Is if I were going to I would go buy another variation of the Elijah Craig Barrel Proof, a different batch, and save this one for only neat. And then I would do like an A batch or something with a cigar. They're really similar, but this one just has so many subtle notes in it that it really brings out a lot of stuff that I don't get out of a lot of other bourbons. And so I like to keep it pure. You know, I like to taste all of those notes.
I honestly don't know what my thing with cigars is today, but
Well, that's one thing. I know we've talked about it before, is a cigar can kill a lot of the bourbons on the shelf. And I know I always talk about Smoke Wagon Uncut Unfiltered. That's my cigar bourbon, because it can stand up to those the flavors and aromas you get off that cigar.
What if you don't want to spend quite that much?
Well, I would get, as long as Elijah Craig Barrel Proof stays lower priced, yeah, but I'm just saying this particular B520 batch, I would not personally. You know, I wouldn't judge anybody if they did, but you know, go get a B521, go get a whatever, you know, and as long as they're under $70, yeah, that's a good cigar bourbon. You know, it's probably one of the cheaper ones you're going to get.
Yeah, the Smoke Wagon is what?
$85.
Really?
Yeah,
it's more expensive than that.
Well, I mean, that's around here. Now, when we talk about bourbon prices, it's geographically,
right,
you know, impacted. So here we have an ABC store. They don't charge over MSRP. So, because they're not looking to make a profit, it is state ran, you know, they're just looking to run operations and all of that. But, you know, and that's why we don't get discounts here. The best I get from knowing the board chairs and board members of the ABC boards and stuff for the counties is when I walk in the store, they're like, hey, I got something in the back, you know, but I don't get a discount on it. Now, there's a lot of places around, you know, they upcharge stuff way over MSRP. And it's like going to buy a car. They're still going to make a profit if they come down a few thousand or not. Now,
right,
when you talk them down, though, you're eating typically right off the top into the salesperson's profit. You know, you're eating into their. Now, there's some models where they don't work on commission or whatever, you know. And I've walked into car dealerships before where they go, we don't work on commission. Okay, fine. You know.
Good to know.
Good to know. So, but what that typically tells me is, okay, well, I'm going to play hardball even harder with you, because I'm a nice guy. I don't want to eat into his family. You know, if I go in and I'm talking to a car salesman and everything, and I'm like, I feel bad if I try to, you know, eat away at it too much and all. But yeah, if they tell me, oh, we don't work on commission, we get paid salary. Okay, cool. Now I'm only eating into
the dealership
stuff here. That was mighty tasty. So
that was good. Yes.
Let me catch back up with the chat. Let's see. Picked up that Blue Note Oh yeah, I saw that, OG-san. I saw you post the pics. How is it, man? I have not had Blue Note, or do have I? No, I have not. No. Gosh, I have so many bourbons. I'm always careful now to say so many and not too many.
See what Cool Running said?
What did Cool Running say?
There is a cigar for every bourbon.
Oh, that's true, but I know way more about bourbon than I know about cigars. And
yeah, true story. There's probably more cigars than there are bourbons.
And when I say would I put a cigar with it, I meant like the 3 cigars I know how to buy. So I don't really get into the cigars that much. I mean, I appreciate following folks, that talk about cigars and stuff, and I see them on accounts on Instagram. I've followed them along and see their posts, but might learn something here and there. Now, yeah. Big Daddy H, I don't think he's in the chat tonight, but Big Daddy H, I call him a cigar hound because he's got a nose for it. He can go in to us and he has no idea. He has no more clue about cigars than I do, but he can walk over and just lay his hands on one. It'll be the best damn cigar we've had in a while.
That's cool. Yeah.
And I'm doing all this research, and everything, trying to come up with what I want to spend my money on. And somebody was recommending My Father Opulencia. And I was like, yeah, that's what I'm going to get. That's what I'm going to get. I've read all these things. So I went and I searched and I found it. And it was the green label, My Father Opulencia. I think I paid $18 a cigar.
Wow.
I bought 2 of them. He picks up 2, like $4 cigars. So we were going to have the big night first. All right, well, let's smoke these My Fathers. And they were okay. And we had a good time that night. And then the next day we had bourbon with it and we were, doing it up. The next day, he's like, we were drinking beer and he's like, hey, let's get those other 2 cigars I bought. Yeah, sure. Those little old, what I call humidor fillers, So we got those and smoked them and God, they were good. And I'm like, man, we should have had these with the bourbon. So, I haven't bought any more My Father Opulencias. I mean, and I'm sure it's probably about like it is with bourbon. They were too strong for my palate. I'm not used to them. I don't review cigars. I don't smoke a lot of cigars. I may smoke 4 cigars a year, but I enjoy them every once in a while, And I'll smoke them more in the fall. And then, I don't want to be walking around in the summertime with a
big stogie.
And it's hot outside. I like it in the fall when it's cool and all that. And then we get out there and then smoke some cigars.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I had a friend
thank you, Nicole.
A family friend that smoked cigars. And until I was like 25, I thought they smelled like leather. Because he used to get the cheapest cigars you could buy, and they stunk. But I've learned since then.
The first cigar I ever smoked was, I think it was King Edward, and you can buy like 5 of them in a cardboard box, little thing. And then I discovered Swisher Sweets, and I'm not talking about the little ones with the little. I'm talking about the Robusto looking Swisher Sweets, and they got the hole already in them. And then the end of it tastes like candy, So when I was in my early 20s and all, I thought that was like smoking a cigar. And then I got into real cigars and I was like, oh wow, those things had no flavor at all except that sweet,
Yeah. But I used to do I used to do cherry cigars.
Yeah.
They had a little plastic thing on the end.
But no, I mean, I enjoy it, but I get overwhelmed. Now, when I go into a store, I don't care how many bourbons they have. I am not overwhelmed because I know so much about all the different bourbons and I know what I'm looking for. But with cigars, I can walk into one of those big humidor rooms at like, the Total Wine or whatever. And it's like I might as well be standing in Tokyo with Japanese written signs everywhere. I have no idea what anything is.
Well, the only signs you can read are the employee picks.
Right.
That's the ones I go by.
Yeah, I've been let down by that a few times too.
Yeah, well.
I'm like, Greg, man, what's up? Is this what you've been smoking?
You pay your money, you take your chances.
Yeah, everything. Phil said he never smokes a cigar. I don't smoke the cigar. I used to smoke cigarettes a long time ago, and it was the military. You know, when I was in the military, we would smoke and we would do all that stuff. But I quit because it kills your palate, and that's why I don't smoke very many cigars at all. And then I don't review, like I won't smoke a cigar. It has to be 3 days later before I'll do a bourbon review, you know, because I just don't trust it, you know. And, you know, I've never brushed my tongue so well, you know. But yeah, it's, and you know I mentioned on this channel before, I don't drink coffee, but I just never got into it.
I think it's too bitter.
Oh. Well, I mean, I like it. I will every once in a while. Shoot on the end of a cigar while on a horse. Yeah, that one. No, that was those backwoods smokes. They came in like the tobacco pouch, loose in there. And yeah, I'd be chewing on a backwoods smoke. So I have my pistol on my hip and my revolver, you know, or the repeater. Yeah. Yeah, that 30-30. Yeah. No, and actually, there's some stories I have, but I won't tell it on here. Twisted said I've smoked a lot of stuff too. I bet. Yeah, and I went through phases when I was smoking, and I would get the hundreds, you know, in the cigarettes. And then guys would come up and be like, "Why are you smoking those women's cigarettes?" And I'm like, "It's just cigarette. It lasts longer. I get extra puffs off of it. I don't have to light another one." You know? Yeah, I know, Twisted. But I was gonna say huffed or smoked, and then I didn't. So anyway, yeah, that was. But she did say mostly a joke.
That leaves it kind of open.
Yeah. But no, and Scotch, I know I don't have them memorized or anything, the regions, you know, Speyside and Isla and Highland, but I know what I like, you know, out of them. And I prefer a Highland Scotch. And the only reason I buy those is because my wife likes Scotch. And I get the single malt 80 proof, lower, you know. And she likes it better than bourbon. And, you know, every once in a while we'll have a little drink together. Kathy Bates, you had some chow, that chow and tobacco. Did you wear overalls too? But yeah.
Well, I used to chew Big League too.
Well, I mean, I dip.
Isn't that the same?
No,
just kidding.
I dipped Skull in Copenhagen when I was in high school, like junior high school, because of baseball. You know, I played baseball, and then everybody was doing it. You know.
Yeah.
But I got away from that, and but I still use these little snus things, you know. But they're really, really weak, and purposefully so. You know. I get them from Sweden. Oh yeah, it'll get you if you're not used to it. No, I don't chew it anymore. But no, it's for me. I enjoy a rye, but I don't go seek them out. I enjoy Scotch, but I don't go seek it out. I have a few bottles here that I keep around, and I go through them so slow that, you know, it's only when, you know, hey, let's have a drink, you know, sure. And then I'll pour a little bit. And, but mostly I don't want to take away from buying more bourbons, because every dollar I spend on one of those bottles, like, I didn't get a bottle of bourbon I could have bought, you know. And Scotch tends to go up in price way faster than bourbons do. You can get some really good bourbons for $45.
Why is that?
Well, one, they have to buy I mean, to age bourbon, you have to buy barrels, but you buy them new and then you char them and everything. And they're in cahoots with these barrel makers, and all that. And then they get to resell their barrels then for Scotch, right? But not all Scotch is barrel aged in bourbon barrels, but a lot of it is. And but they can do wine barrels and things like that. So there's a resale on the barrel that they can do. And then there's a lot of people that want to buy the end caps on bourbon barrels.
Oh, really?
And stuff. Oh, yeah. The big end cap says Buffalo Trace or Maker's Mark and all that. I mean, they're decorative. You can hang them on the wall. I just don't have any space for one here. I mean, they're too heavy. Like this is a canvas, art on canvas. And, it's light. And I actually have it hung up with thread. It's actually white thread. And I have a hook in the top, and I just tied like sewing thread, and it come down, and I hooked it to the painting, which is not very heavy. And then just don't jerk on it because it'll probably snap. I'll probably come in here one day and it'll be laying in the floor, but I'll fix it. But I need to use Spectra spider wire or something. I have some on my rod and reel from when I was bass fishing. So we have any fishermen in the house? Because I love Spectra spider wire and those mustad hooks because they're really sharp and I don't lose very many fish. But that Spectra will eat the eyes out of your rod because it's a filament, and it's braided and it's sitting there rubbing on those eyes, and you have to change you get good at popping those eyes, the little plastic or the whatever plasticky part, in there, and put it back in and all. But it's so worth it. Yeah, I caught one. It was about the ice chest was I think 24 inches. I had a ruler on top, and the nose of the fish was hanging off one side and the tail was hanging off the other side. And we didn't have a scale with us in the boat, and it died before we weighed it. And they lose weight when they die. And it was almost 10 pounds when we weighed it at the truck because the scale, we left it in the truck in a different tackle box.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, damn it, because I wanted to weigh it, fresh. But I think it was over 10 pounds on it. But that was a fight. And that was a warm time of the year too. And
where was that?
That was in Texas, out at Lake Aquila. And there was what had happened was the rain. So Aquila is a spillwater lake. So you can look at an aerial map of Aquila and you can see all these fingers heading north from it. And all of that is all the rain gets funneled down and, people watering their fields and cattle and everything else. And it all comes down and dumps into Aquila. And we had a couple of rainstorms and the water went up high. Mm-hmm. Well, there were this grass growing, when the water's down, the grass grows, and the water had come up and it was at the top. You could just see the grass under the water, and it was clear.
Wow.
And I threw a Carolina rig. It was like a purple rubber worm, with the slip sinker that bumps on it. And I tossed it over right in that grass. And I popped it once, and I felt because when the fish gets it, they open their mouth and it sucks up in their mouth, and you can feel that. And then I was like, uh-oh. And then I saw my line moving, and I was like, I reeled down and I said, game on. Oh, oh, that was fun though. Yeah, that fight. And I was trying to keep him out of the trolling motor, trying to keep him out. And I let him pull the boat out from the bank and, get away from anything he can wrap around, because even with Spectra spider wire, they can still break it. Oh, yeah. So here's Phil's comment. Stuff behind my dad's bar when you were a kid was so nasty. Yep. When I started trying bourbon a year ago, I mixed 50-50 with water. Yep. Yeah, and you can, and that's one way to kind of ease into it. And I did put out a video using ice and water with bourbon, and some people like it colder, some people, because it diffuses the flavor. I like it room temperature. I keep this room a certain temperature that I think it's supposed to enhance the notes better. And it's ambient temperature, and that's the way, I drink it. But yeah, that Heaven's Door, I put
4 drops,
3 or 4 drops of water in it because it is hot.
And that didn't do it.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Well, now that I've finished my Elijah Craig, I'm going to go back to this Penelope. I have a dribble or 2 left. I've just been sitting here waiting on my palate to clear a little bit. And I actually grabbed the barrel strength one, or the cask, barrel strength. And that's another thing too, is they call it barrel proof. Typically it's barrel proof or cask strength. It's same thing, right? And Penelope calls it barrel strength. It's just, it's fine that they do. It's just, it throws me off when I'm trying to remember what nomenclature they use for it.
Yeah, somebody was commenting when I was looking up bourbons about, one of them is saying straight Kentucky bourbon whiskey instead of Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey.
Oh, that was that one from Trader Joe's.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That was that fake one. That was that one that tasted like it had liquid smoke and Luden's cough drops in it. You can have those bottles. They're down there on that bottom, way next to the floor bottom shelf.
I think we age them for about 10 years. They might get better.
No. No, I don't think it's real bourbon in that one. I think the one is. I think the
one without Trader Joe's name on it?
The one without Trader Joe's name. I think that is real bourbon. It's just real weak bourbon. But the Trader Joe one, I don't think it's real bourbon. If it is, they didn't disclose everything because it's too dark. I think they added color to it. And there's notes in it I've never tasted in any whiskey I've ever had unless it cost $1. Because it's got some fake something added. It's got, fake notes added to it.
So couldn't it have been hot when they distilled it, so it got darker?
No, it wouldn't cause that. I mean, that liquid smoke flavor, that you don't get that at any age, at any temperature, and you also don't get that medicinal Luden's cough drop stuff either. Yeah. It's like they tried to put a char note in it or like a toasted note in it, fake, and then they tried to put a fake fruit note in it or something, and it just didn't work out for them. It's not very good.
Yeah, Trader Joe's, if you're listening, don't sell that bourbon anymore.
No, and I said, poor guys at Trader Joe's, they're not,
they're just going to hand the guy the bottle and say, here, here's what we got.
I mean, they get some decent beer every now and again, but and my wife buys wine from there, and she can get it a little cheaper or whatever. But question for everyone: vodka, chilled, freezer, or ambient? Vodka, I don't.
Freezer.
Well, I like it. I tend to think of vodka as a mixer, right? A neutral mixer. You can do it.
Orange juice.
Orange juice. You can
grapefruit
do.
Juice.
I mean, anything you can do any other drink with, you can typically put vodka in it. Now, if the drink is supposed to have a bourbon notes in it, then no, it's not going to work. You're just going to get the sweet citrus. That's it. But vodka is something that can sneak up on you because if you mix it right, you don't taste it. And with vodka, I think it's more about, and that's why I always considered vodka like a mixer, a neutral mixer, because it's all about whatever you mix together and not the vodka. The vodka just adds a little alcohol to the drink, for me. I mean, and I've been to Russia, but we didn't, and we drank some vodka with some vodka. Vodka. But that was when we were, a long time ago. Had some little joint effort things going on. And of course, we were all rude to each other for the entire time. And
we drank vodka in Vegas, and we drank it with orange juice. And even though the orange juice was cold, and it would cool down the vodka a
No
little
one
bit.
notices.
It still tasted better if you chilled the vodka first.
Yeah, he said, I have a friend that buys an expensive bottle, then refills it with cheap. No one notices. I bet. And then that's what I was saying about things too, is that's why I do blind tastings. I don't let people know what they're drinking, because the power of suggestion will cause you to go, oh yeah, man, I knew I liked this one, you know, and oh yeah, I'm getting all this out of it.
Vodka tonics, yeah, they will definitely sneak up on you.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I think I'm out of bourbon over here, and I'm not going to pour any more out of these bottles. And I am going to end tonight, unless somebody else goes live or whatever. But I'm if we keep going, I'm cutting this off about 11:30 because I'm playing disc golf in the morning. It's going to be beautiful weather outside.
It's going to be beautiful,
and I need to be able to get up, but I will keep going. But the regular part of the program is about over. And I'm going to post the StreamYard link out, and we can bring some folks up and have a little chat. And so if you're watching a replay on this, this is where it kind of can go off the rails at times, but only after we've had too much to drink. So I am going to post the StreamYard link out. If anybody wants to come up, there it is. And if you want to ask more questions about this stuff, we'll keep talking about bourbon. I can talk about that all night long.
Yeah, that's right.
Or we can change the subject.
Yeah, we've talked about a bunch of stuff this time. Fishing.
Yep. Well, yeah, I did. I'm a guy who runs on tangents. You know, I'll get going on stuff, and then something will pop in my head, and I'm like, "Hey, look, squirrel!" You know, and then I'm
guys.
Hey, how's it going?
That was freaking huge. Yeah, no, there were back before I drank bourbon and whiskey, you know, there's some mixed stuff that we would have every now and then. Vodka tonics were ones that, you know, it didn't happen very often. Vodka tonic was usually when I was somewhere where they weren't serving beer, just alcohol. Like I've been to a bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah where they don't have beer, just alcohol. And I've had vodka tonics and some of that stuff. And yeah, it's just, that'll sneak right up on you.
Definitely.
Especially if it's hot and you're outside and you're thirsty. That's the worst.
Oh, yeah. I know that orange juice going across the lips and gums so easy, and then it's got that kick to it.
You ever tried a Long Island iced tea?
I have. I'm not a big fan. There's too many different types of alcohol in whatever I've had, and it's just like, you know, you're like one or two and you're done.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Oh yeah. But yeah, they had. I would have like 3 of them, and that was my limit, and that was too much. And
and they put cheap booze typically in Long Island iced teas. They usually, because you're mixing all the different boozes together. You're not putting anything good in there, so it's a bunch of crappy liquors in there, and it's
all right, Fulton. I hope your audio. If your audio's not fixed, we're gonna bump you back down again.
Look what I'm sporting tonight.
Fulton. No, we're not going to have the echo, son.
Yeah. I pulled this down because I haven't done this since I got it, and I pulled this down because I wanted to talk to, I think it was Jerry J or Cool Runnings was asking about it because it's a small batch and I didn't know. But I bought another bottle of this today. This one I paid $55 for.
Yeah.
When I got at Meyer today, I paid $44.95 for.
Oh, that's a good price.
Oh hell yeah! They had a couple more, and I considered buying them, but I didn't do it. So,
have you tried them side by side? The Eagle Rare.
You told me to. I think we did this a week ago. I tried these side by side. There's a little bit more. I think it was the Michter's had a little bit more of a bite to it.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar in flavor and notes and stuff.
Yep.
But it had a little bit more of a bite to it. Matter of fact, I gotta keep drinking what I'm drinking.
Now that Eagle Rare is smooth. You know, that's a good, easy sipping bourbon.
And look, I'm drinking it in one of these instead of my rocks glass. I don't know why. I don't know why I grabbed that off the shelf because I've been, rocks glass in my face fits better. Big fat glass in my face. So
he's got better camera. See, mine's more dull color. His is true color.
This is just a Logitech.
That's all I have.
Yeah, I think having the dark background helps when you know. So, and I didn't always just do my streams this way. So,
but when I shoot my normal videos, I do it on that DSLR. Man, the color is so sharp on there.
Marty, Alex, Texas. Oh,
so I have a question for you, Phil.
Yeah,
is that Michener's bottle the one that you bought today?
No, this is the one I bought 2-3 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Alex, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
All right.
I try to change up what I'm drinking every night. Sometimes I drink the same thing 2 nights in a row, but I try to. So now I know that I've got the backup to this. I can finish this one off and don't worry about it.
Oh yeah.
Some of this stuff like this Eagle Rare, I'll never find again. Not at that price. I bought 2 bottles of Eagle Rare for $31.99 so a piece. So
Alex is the Booker's guy.
I do like Bookers.
Yeah.
What I can get a hold of is up here.
Yeah, I got that Booker's. See, that's why I keep walking into my Myers, because that's where I got that $99 bottles of Booker's, and of course it came in the box that said Booker's on it and everything else. But that was pretty much state minimum, maybe $10 over. The 2 bottles of Eagle Rare for $31.99 a piece, and then the Michter's for $44. So they started to carry a little bit better stuff. Of course, they've got my favorite there, which is my Woodford Reserve Double Oak.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is a great flavor of a bourbon at a very affordable price.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, a lot of people like Woodford. That's sweeter. Yeah. Go ahead, Alex.
Well, Woodford was my first kick of the cat to get into whiskey. Actually, like I said, years ago, I used to just, you just drank like Ryan Cokes, as we used to call them, all the time, or you were just getting hammered, and then drank beer most of my life. Got sick of beer for some reason. Went 2 years without drinking, and then I started meeting the people in these rooms, and I was like, I'm gonna try it out. So I ordered. I like the bottle shape and everything of Woodford, so I ordered it, and absolutely in about 3-4 days, because you have to adapt to it. Absolutely loved it. Like I kept buying it on my shelf all the time.
Well, some nights I like going right back here and grabbing a bottle of my early times, or anything that's a bottle and bond that I got back here, and just drinking that some nights too. So
yeah,
I've got such a variety anymore. When I started doing this about a year ago, I would buy a bottle and I wouldn't buy anything else until that bottle was gone.
Yeah.
And then I just started, all right, well, I'll buy a bottle before that one's gone. And next thing I know, I got probably about, 25, 30 bottles of stuff back here. So
like that, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
well,
I barely drink this. I've had this for about 8 months, so I'm just gonna bring this out to try it out.
Oh
I
yeah.
haven't had it in a while.
Is that the regular with the
port finished? Yeah, regular 43, 43. Yeah. I have a store pick of this sitting at my cousin's, but I haven't got it yet. So
yeah,
and that's 110 proof. Yeah,
my first and only bottle of Angel's Envy, I drank that thing in about 3-4 nights, all but the bottom half, and that's how it sit. I haven't drank any of it since. So
I just looked at it now. I was thinking, I'm going to jump on here. I'm like, what should I drink? And I'm like, I haven't touched that bottle in friggin' months.
So when you find a bottle of Booker's, Alex, what do you pay for it there?
Okay, in Canada, when I was like the ones like, well, actually, I'm hidden behind a bunch of bottles.
I see the box. I see it.
Well, I also have 2. My new Octomores, the 2 Octomores I just got. But anyhow, the Bookers, I have like 3 Donahos, 2 Granny's batches, and 1 Teresa's batch. I can't find. When I order here in Canada, they keep putting the picture of the bottle, but it's not the actual bottle that they ship you. And I hate when they do that. So that's why I have so many Donahos. But anyhow, they're like $79 to $80 here when I can find them. I think I've got everything Canada has to offer to do with Bookers, like age wise.
Yep.
So
when I bought that 2019 03 Country Ham, the one I sent you, it was about $70, and they've steady gone up in price since then.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't find them for under 90 now.
Yeah, I mean, and so Granny's batch is my favorite, although I haven't tried any of the new ones. 2020. Yeah. See, I haven't tried those ones. I only have 2021 02 or 01. That's Donahoe. But oh no, is that 2020? No, it's 2021 01. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I haven't tried the new batches like the all the 21s. Only the one bottle I have, and I heard they're pretty good actually.
Yeah, because they do 4 batches a year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that third batch is the one that. Do they do 4? I thought they did one for every quarter.
I think so.
Yeah, and the third batch is the fall batch, and it tends to have a little more spice kick to it than some of the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? At the end of the day, like I love Granny's batch, and if I could buy 10 bottles of it, I would.
Yeah,
I would pay up to $110 for it because that's the one I actually truly like. Any of the other ones, I'm not going to pay over $90 for. I'm sorry, unless I have to find one that I like. They're all different, right? So.
Right. Hey, I'm going to grab those little bottles. I got to show y'all what Joe brought.
Alex, you see all those bottles back there?
Oh yeah.
The short ones are all hot sauce. Behind that is the bourbon.
I was watching one of your videos one day there. I was like that's a nuts amount of hot sauce. But then we think about us with whiskey. It's
right,
like,
exactly. And probably, a third of it back there isn't even opened up. I've never opened them up. I got so many things I should be reviewing and doing, and I don't know.
I'm not going to mess up a bourbon.
Well, Phil, just on that note now, is there, how whiskey has a market and then there's like a secondary market because is there a hot sauce? No. I was just curious because it's made and it's not going to be. I guess is there aged hot sauces? I guess
none that I'm aware of. They are like fermented hot sauces or ferment, but not as far as I know. I mean, most everything you can get if it's good, that someone keeps making it. It's not like you get with the bourbons and the whiskeys and everything else. There are so many different hot sauce companies, so many different people that make hot sauce, and they're all making their own. So it's not like a lot with bourbons and whiskey. You got the different juices, from the different barrels. You can get, MGP or whatever. I don't know them all, but with hot sauces, it's not it. You don't take someone else's hot sauce and do something else to make it your own. You make your own.
As long as you have crops, right? As long as you have peppers to utilize.
We're going to try some Four Loko. This one is called Four Loko pregame. This is sour peach.
Well, at least it's in the high-end plastic bottle.
Yeah, right.
That glass.
At least it isn't like that black velvet apple someone gave me as a prank.
On the nose, I get peach.
I get a little sour too.
Yeah.
It looks like Alex has got one of those clothes racks behind him too.
Yeah, my drums.
That's the other side.
Oh yeah, my exercise equipment.
Yeah, I've got I spent 9 months on mine. I've got a Max Trainer 7. I spent $2,000 on right outside this door. I haven't been on in 2 years.
Well, that's the same with me. 2020, I went 4 months on it, lost about 35 pounds. I was like, just going. Next thing you know, I just went. And then
I'm either all in or all out on stuff.
Yeah,
I'm really bad like that.
I'll eventually. We're in the process of buying a house right now. Like we rent this house, so we've been in here for 6 years, but we're actually buying our first house since. Well, I've had a house before, but it was through a divorce years ago. So now it's our first house in 15 years that I've owned. So I'm gonna make my own room, but separate everything. Like have this stuff in the basement where I'm not going to look at it and probably not use it anyhow. But I'll have a whiskey room kind of thing.
Yeah, this was one of my kids' bedrooms growing up, and by the time we could get one of them cleared out, that's what this turned into. Is kind of my studio. So
I'm gonna taste this.
Yeah, no, I like the way it's set up in there. I like the colors that you have. Everything just kind of is with the dark wall and the maroon, or that's not maroon. I don't know.
Well, one's gray and one's red. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that looks good.
Yeah,
Mine
actually,
is just like white walls in here. Just
well, these were yellow walls when I got started, and then I had
Here's what I'm gonna
placard
do.
with my members' names on them and stuff. And it was a good room for someone who live streams
Yeah.
and is recognizing all the people that. But as far as when you're doing a solo video for to get views, it wasn't such a good thing. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, it looks good in there. I like it. That's what I want to do though. Gray wall. I like gray on the walls. I seen what's his name? Jeremy Shire? The cigar, he does cigars and bourbon.
Oh,
Nope.
no.
He made that cigar room, and he
Well,
has all these.
What happened, Samantha?
What do you mean? What happened?
Did someone hit the brakes real quick? Your mouth was off record, like your lipstick.
I'm just making faces.
Yeah.
Well, we're drinking Four Loko.
Four Loko.
You're really drinking Four
Well,
Loko?
Scott's really making faces too.
Yeah.
Are you really drinking Four Loko?
Yeah, Joe
Yes, we
brought Four Loko pregame, Four Loko shot, and it is lemonade and sour peach, and they're not bad.
Joe
They're,
brought the good
they're not overly sweet.
I found out that why they were only 50 cents a bottle.
Yeah.
50 cents. Oh,
No, they were $1.50.
holy.
For this tiny little thing.
Well, okay, what is it? Like,
It is an alcoholic beverage.
I was told it
Yes.
was that. And if you
of
drink
course.
But what proof is it? Is it
Yeah, and what is it like
40 proof?
fruits, or is
No, it's 13.8 ABV, 13.9.
So 26 proof.
So it's a liqueur more, or like a flavored something?
Let's see. What does it say? It just says alcoholic beverage. A malt beverage. It's a malt beverage.
Okay.
So it's a flavored beer, but no bubbles.
Flavored flat beer. Sounds amazing.
it impairs your ability to drive a car.
Mm-hmm.
You think? It also impairs your ability to wake up in the morning and feel good if you drink too much of it.
Yeah.
It impairs your ability to walk home. Not that I'm mentioning anyone specific,
Yeah. That was staged. He already said that the last video. He said it was staged. Took a lot of takes to get that fall
That's
right.
Oh.
My channel's called Falling for Bourbon, and that video is going to be in the new user section. So
I can help you edit that down where it's just the part where you're falling.
explain the
Yeah, just falls.
You know what the worst is? I'll get down here, drink a few beers, have a couple of pours, and I'll switch up my pours from something that's like a 95 or 100 proof to something that's like 120. Remember, I'm trying to clear this bottle out for you, Jody, so I can send you some of that stuff I got from. Anyways, I woke up Thursday morning. I think we did this Wednesday night. I woke up Thursday morning to go to work feeling like hell. And I only drink, this is a 6-ounce pour. I only drink from like here down to here. So I probably only drink 4 ounces of this. But with the probably the 4.7% beers I had, I woke up that morning feeling like shit.
That's what, I realize sometimes, I'll drink, I was like 9 pours. If I'm staying up to like 3, 4 in the morning with some of the guys every once in a while. And, you could sleep for 4 or 5 hours and you're still pretty much inebriated. You don't realize it, but you are.
Yeah.
But it's like, I still don't get like that old hangover feeling, but I guess it's because we're not sucking back sugars too, right?
Yeah, and that's what I was telling Joe too, is about like Mad Dog 2020 and this Four Loko stuff. It's full of sugar, right? And that's gonna hurt you. But also, if stuff has too many impurities in it, like a lot of the stuff is better quality, it won't hurt you as bad,
I'm gonna put that over there.
I've had
You
some
have
nights.
a little speed up though that you need.
I've had some nights that rolled into Australian time.
1 o'clock.
My Australian friends turn on and like, hey guys.
I can drink as much as I like as long as I had the next day. I don't get up the next day for work.
Yeah.
As long as I can stay in bed. Yeah.
Yep.
See, my problem is when I have too much to drink, I snore like a broken chainsaw.
Oh, well, I do that anyways, but I'm worse when I've been drinking. So.
Who did
Yeah,
that?
that's my husband too.
Yeah, who did that 24-hour? There was you guys, one of your in the groups.
That
Here.
was Groovy.
That was Clouds and Stouts.
Yeah, Clouds.
Okay, yeah. And I remember the aftermath, the video when that whoever was snoring on the floor.
Oh, that was Travis out
Oh,
on the
that's
floor.
groovy. Yeah.
Yeah. Was that was Lone Star with them too, right? So
Yeah.
it
So it was Clouds and Stouts.
So Travis, Jimmy, yeah. So
Micah.
OG
and
Salt,
Lone
Micah, and Lone Star. Yeah.
Just snoring just fell off the shitter. It looks like.
Oh, I've got.
We were like, "Where's Groovy?"
I've got video of a guy that I work with. He he's a bourbon drinker, and he said, and this was before I was drinking. He said he was up all night talking to his brother-in-law who had had some death or something in the family. I walked into the men's room at work, and there was a snoring going on, and he's sitting on the shitter with his head like this and both elbows on both knees. And I put my phone over the wall and videotaped him snoring on the shitter. I mean, loud snoring. And he's like, yeah, I just didn't get any sleep. I'm like, bullshit, you're still fucking drunk.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
I would have said that wasn't me.
Yeah, right?
It was typed up.
Don't bullshit a bullshitter.
You know, you wake up and you know you've been snoring because when you go to take a breath, you still go
Your mouth
like
is
that.
dry,
It's like still doing it. You know, I mean, that's how you know. And you can feel every little part that was doing it.
Yep.
Well, I know. I usually know because I usually get elbow in my ribs. So
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
When I
Roll
My husband
over.
has that problem too.
yeah.
in the middle of the night, roll over. All right.
Getting elbowed in the ribs.
Well, they have that device that buzzes or something that goes under your pillow, and it goes like you have like a smartwatch kind of thing on or whatever, and it traces it, and all of a sudden it just goes, it wakes you up. Like,
I'd never sleep
yeah,
because again, when I don't drink, I snore. It's my
Yeah.
weight. You know, it is what it is. So.
you know what your wife needs to do is get a bark collar on you.
I agree.
No.
See, that's what my
Shut up,
husband needs.
Sam.
Just
No.
every time you snore, just
No, a bark
No.
collar.
No.
See, what I do is I sleep
He
in this
said not a
recliner.
nice word to me.
Yeah. You just be peeing yourself every once in a while because you had a really good snore.
Exactly right. I've shocked the shit out of myself with a couple different things. I did when I was doing the Nemesis chocolate bar. I had a dog shot collar strapped to my arm because my neck it wouldn't go around my neck. My daughter, every time I did a square, turned that son of a bitch up.
Oh,
But I'm trying to find that video.
you gotta give a good zap because, like, I've heard dogs like give a good yelp when they get hit with that thing.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah. Well, and there's different settings on it.
Yeah.
You know, and you start with the lowest, and if the dog's not stubborn, it'll learn quick. And then
Oh,
Yeah.
my biggest dog, like this was years ago. Well, he's like 7 now, but so when he was, I don't know, a year old, he used to like he's got such a low bark. He's a Chow Chow Lab,
mhm.
about 80 pounds. Anyhow, he bark. It's like stop. So we put a collar on him, right? And it is a different levels, but it hits them with different things the more they bark. So what it
Right.
does is it'll actually give them a lemon
Oh.
spray first.
My dog needs one of those.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well,
A
it
bark
does. And
collar,
then
yeah.
they bark
You need
once,
one
then it
too,
gives them a
but-
little zap, and then it'll bark again. It gives them a stronger zap, and you bark again. It just whacks you. So you'd
Yeah.
hear him once in a while barking, and all of a sudden just whoa, he would just yelp. But then he'd keep barking, and keep
Yeah.
yelping. He got used to it. Like stop.
Yeah, we had the training collar, and it would do an audible tone, and then it would vibrate, and then it would hit them with whatever setting you put it on, and we
Yeah.
put it on the lowest one. Well, the audible tone would just go, you know, like real high, and I learned to mimic it because after a while you hit the audible tone and they stop because they know what's coming if they keep going.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get one for my dog.
What I do now is I go
They do
like
work
that,
for some
and I
dogs.
can mimic that audible tone, and they will stop dead in their tracks.
Put it in its place, yeah.
Well, supposedly there's a device that even just has an audible that when your dogs are doing something, you can hear it. and it gives that audible, and it just makes them tweak, so it stops what they're doing at that moment.
Yeah.
I need that for my dog. My dog barks whenever anybody walks into the house.
Oh, my dog he'll bark at my mom like he's gonna tear her apart, and he's like, it's my mother. Like, he knows that, like, she comes in the house, he's fine. But if she's standing outside the door, like what the hell, man? Like, you open the door, let her in, he's fine. He's like, what?
Yeah, when we were in Texas, we had a dog named Sophie. And Sophie picked fights with get dogs fighting each other. So we had her a room out in the shop, and in the summer it's Texas, so we had an air conditioner unit, window unit. She had a door that would only work with the collar, something couldn't follow her in. Once she got away from the door, the door would lock. And we had a wire running around the backyard fence, shock them. If they get too close to the wire, their collar would shock. And we had a collar on Sophie, and we woke up one morning and she was in the backyard just sitting there shaking because she had fought through all those shocks, digging through. Just
Wow.
in the backyard. I was like,
Stubborn ass.
yeah, she's stubborn.
That's what we were gonna do. We were looking at the invisible fence and see how that would work. Like I said, my one dog, he would just keep running and yelping.
Yep, it just depends on the dog.
But there was my cousin years ago, so they had 2 dogs, and they made the invisible fence because they lived by a highway, so they didn't want the dogs running on the highway, right? So he set it up, and the biggest dog, and there's a little dog and a big dog. The big dog had the collar on, and he would go yelp, wouldn't get past, right? He wouldn't go. What he did was he put a collar and a socket on the little dog. The little dog thought he had the same collar on. So he wouldn't go anywhere because he knew the big dog was getting zapped all the time. I'm like, really? Come on, you're lying. He's like, no. He says, if we take that socket off, the dog will take off. Puts the socket back on, and the dog thinks he has a shock collar on.
Damn.
That's cool.
Learn through association. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh, wow.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
My cousin uses one of those fences, and it seems to work good for her. So
Yeah, I saw a video of a guy. They had I think it kind of looked like a greyhound, but it was a mutt. But it was kind of like had some. What does the dog call it? Looks like a greyhound. The one that can run real fast.
That's a greyhound.
greyhound.
Well, there's one called like a Spitz or something like that, or whatever it is. Anyway, it was one of those type looking dogs, and they put the collar on with the fence, and the dog would run toward it and jump like 6 feet in the air and just clear it.
Holy.
And like what they showed it jumping and kicking off of a tree to get past the wire, because if it got high enough above it, it wouldn't set the collar off.
Great idea.
That's a smart damn dog.
Dogs are sometimes they're smart.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, David.
Yeah, my
Bailey.
dog, 4 pounds soaking wet. I don't think he can get over it.
You could put a fence up this tall. That dog.
Yeah. At our cabin, we have we take them down when we leave, but we have bear alarms. So they look like solar. Well, they're solar. They charge, but you set them for distances, right? So any animal comes up, it's this high pitched freaking sirens that go off the different paths, and it scares bears off, right? But my dogs, because they take off in the bush all the time, it's just constantly this freaking. It's like it goes away, but they'll walk around it. They'll go actually around it now because they know where the sound is. But I don't know.
Oh, what do we got here? Oh, here we go. What do we have?
Oh.
This is when I got to 100 subscribers.
100?
Yeah. March of 2019.
Was that the invisible fence you're doing?
Yeah.
Oh, the flag there.
Yeah. Yeah, the flag was for me. I went up there with it in my hand and went until it beeped, and then I put the flag in where it beeped, and
Oh, Jesus.
But of course, my neck was too big to put the collar on, or else I had to put the collar on. But
Oh, have you seen the dang video of the guy sitting there, and he put the bark collar on, and they're drunk. You can tell. Hold my beer, watch this, and he's sitting up there, and he goes, and nothing happened. They're like, no, dude, you got to really do it, and then he goes, and it didn't. Nothing happened. He's like, no, you gotta bark. You gotta really bark. So he goes. And then when it did it, he goes, "Oh, we got walking around on the ground."
Yeah, that's gotta be.
That was hilarious. Yeah.
watching these things where they put those collars on guys, and then you have the controller where you get to dial it up and whatnot. You can actually it's like you treat. If your dog barks, you zap your dog, or if your dog does something bad, you zap your dog. And idiots give it to their wives. I'm going to do this, and here, give this to her, and do a video. It's like, you idiot! Give that to your wife? You kidding me?
Yeah.
They turn it all the way up.
Yeah. This game.
Well, I just saw a video not too probably a few weeks ago. Guys were trying to. I think it was New Year's. Guys trying to drink beers while getting shocked, and it's like, the beers.
Oh, I would love to see that. I would love to see that first person.
Well, that's like those guys that put on those pads. They what are they called? They use them for when you go to physiotherapy.
Yeah,
sometimes
to bring the muscles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they'll do that too. They'll put them on like their arm muscles, and they'll try to drink because it makes your friggin' hand go.
That was Steve-O and Jackass, and he put it on his taint. And yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, well, I know. Yeah, people are doing it otherwise now.
Yeah.
But,
Could you imagine having that hooked up to your nether regions? Holy mackerel!
no.
Nope.
So what kind of sound scares a bear away? Is it really high pitched or?
No, well, these are high pitched where you hear them in your own ears, but anything does. Like when I was building my deck last year, I was out there by myself, and the friggin' bear just walked up behind me. It was about 40 feet. Just I could hear crunching, and I turned around, and he was right there. And all I did was just yell at him, like, get out of here, and he took off. Then he went up the hill, and then I see him coming down the bush line, coming back here. I'm like, yeah. I got mad at him, right? And he just took off again. The black bears wild black bears are very timid.
Yeah.
Dump black bears that go to garbage dumps, they get tame to people, so they're not scared of you. But wild ones, you just have to just clap your hands and yell at them, and they'll just take off.
Yeah, I used to have two 2x4s. They were about this long, and I would just slam them together.
Yeah,
to scare off coyotes.
They turn and just take off. But that's why the alarms, all they are is to teach the bear and its cubs that we don't like being here. Basically, so the sirens go off, and it keeps scaring them every time they try to come back to the campsite.
Yeah.
So they learn that they don't want to be there. They don't want to be there anymore. And the cubs will learn that too. It's like, well, this isn't a good spot for us, kind of thing, and they'll go find somewhere else to find food.
I'll tell you something.
Yeah, but they hang all the best food up in the trees where you got to reach up and get the food to the bears. You know, all those pinata things where you bottom down and get all the food in them.
Yeah, we started doing that this year since we started seeing more bears coming around. It's just we don't want the dogs getting hurt by the bears. That's all.
Well, sure.
We really don't care about the bears.
We don't care about the people getting hurt by the bears. We want the dogs getting hurt by the bears.
That's all. It's only us up there anyhow. Right. Don't worry.
We're stupid animals. The dogs can't help it. So
yeah.
I forget where this guy was from. He was a photographer, and he was trying to catch good pictures of animals. So he baited. He put bait things out to attract animals up to the cameras, and he put it like 100 feet from an interstate.
Oh yeah.
And all these animals started getting killed out there on the interstate, and they started investigating. Game and Fish is going to come in eventually. They're going to start looking why are all these animals around here, and they found his bait spots with his cameras set up.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, and he was supposed to be a pacifist, I'm like, what the heck?
Pacifist aggressivist.
Oh.
Yeah. Does he work for an insurance company?
Hey.
Good day.
You got two Sams now.
Yep, we have Sam cubed or squared. I mean,
Square cubed.
we'd need 3 of them to cube it.
Yep. Yeah. See, I'll just get one of those air horns on the cans.
Yeah, actually, we got my wife bear bangers. These things they look like a pen. It's like looks like a shotgun shell on the end of it. And you just hit this thing and you click it. It just goes in the air and it goes pow.
Yeah.
And it like echoes through the lake like crazy. It's like holy.
Yeah, I'll tell you something that does not work. If you ever see the things you're supposed to mount on your car, so
Whistles?
they're called deer whistles.
Oh yeah. I see.
Okay, let me explain the physics behind this. You're traveling at 50 miles per hour in this direction. The air goes into this thing to make an audible noise.
Yeah.
Sound is not going to travel out fast enough to stop. All the deer behind you are going to be alerted to everything. Yes.
Yeah.
They're going to be going, hey, look at that fool up there. Doesn't he know what he's doing?
Hey, Fulton, man, I brought you up earlier. We had a big major echo. It's happened 3 times in a row. I'm not going to bring you up, man.
Hey, I heard a joke today if you want to hear it.
Okay.
I
What's
did too.
scary-
You go first.
What's scarier than 2 girls running with scissors?
This is the one I was gonna tell you, fucker.
Oh,
Okay, I don't know.
2 girls
I know it.
scissoring with runs.
Yes.
Wait, what?
2 girls scissoring with the runs.
Oh, scissoring. Oh, boy.
They want us. Damn, that's amazing.
That's the same exact freaking joke. I guarantee you we both saw the same thing on TikTok.
On TikTok, right?
Hey, Jerry. Yeah.
Yeah, same girl. Yeah.
Dude, when I was listening to it, I had people around me and everybody started laughing, but one
Yeah.
person was looking at us like we were all going to hell.
There's always that one.
Who do you think? Oh, that's funny.
It's a joke.
It's supposed to be funny.
It was funny. It was really
Yeah,
I
that's
always
what-
hear all these funny
yeah,
jokes
yeah.
and can never remember
Yeah, it is.
or remember how to tell them the right way, right?
Yeah. Kathy
So
Bates.
it's all in the
hey.
presentation.
True.
Oh, I'm not even going to say it. I had something pop in my head. I'm going to get that image out of my head now.
Dirty old man.
No. It's yuck.
Now I just feel like you need to share with class.
Right? Exactly. Yeah, don't tease us like that.
Well, I was going to say it would create lubrication.
can't even say that word without somebody thinking dirty. That's what it is.
So how was everybody's Saturday?
Oh,
Pretty boring.
all right, till that joke came up.
I've had a good day.
I wasted 2 hours of my life that I'll never get back, and I'm pretty disappointed about it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dang it.
Fucking Batman movie sucked.
oh, did it?
I didn't
Oh,
like
okay.
it as much as I thought I was
New
gonna love
Batman?
it. I did not love it. I did not love it.
With the Vampire Diary Batman there, or whatever the heck he was.
Right? Yeah. Twilight guy.
Yeah, Twilight. Sorry, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I figured the Twilight guy would be okay because, he had no personality in the Twilight series. So, Batman tends to be all like just rigid, so.
It would take some time to get used to it. It's like getting used to Ben Affleck being Batman.
Yeah.
I never did get used to that.
No, but
He wasn't a good Batman.
what's his name was I like the other guy, even though he's a jerk. But
Oh,
Ryan Reynolds?
Christian Bale. No,
yeah,
yeah,
Christian
yeah.
Bale.
Yeah,
I think he
is
played.
a
I think he played
major
it well.
freaking real life jerk. Yeah.
But nobody likes acting with him, though. I guess he's a real jerk.
Well, you know who his mother is, right?
No.
Christian Bale.
Yeah, Google it. You'll see. Yeah, he is hard to work with, and grew up just in this alternative reality of life.
Who's Christian?
Yeah.
Who's Christian Bale's mother?
Jenny James?
Mm-mm.
That was Jenny James.
Oh wait, it wasn't his real mom.
Sharon Bale. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of Bales here.
Oh Lord, let me.
Yeah, there was a lot of women in the woodpile, huh?
Hang on.
I see that. There's like a few.
I saw a documentary thing on this. Let me look it up.
Another fatality right by my house. Freaking car
That's
wreck.
not good.
Every time it freaking snows, people in Alaska seem to forget how to drive. I don't know how they do it.
And you
but
think
they
people in
forget.
Alaska would be the best drivers?
You think
Yeah.
they would? You think they would? But every freaking winter, and every large like snowfall or iced over whatever, like black ice, I don't care. Like people forget how to drive on it, and it's ridiculous.
Yep. First snowfall here all the time.
So Christian Bale's I'm sorry,
Stepmother.
Christian Bale's stepmom was Gloria Steinem.
Gloria Steinem. Yes.
Not sure who that is. I thought he made a good Batman because he's like just, he acts just like null and void kind of.
Well,
Like him with Heath Ledger as Joker.
Well,
Yeah.
and I think actors have to get in character. Okay, I understand that, right?
Yeah.
And I've done some moderate. I'm talking about, even post high school. I did some community theater shit, and it was all like funny stuff. Like it was like lighthearted. We didn't have to do much, but I mean, I can understand though, learning lines and trying to be in a character, like how hard it would be to like play some of this stuff that they do, and stay in character and stuff. I mean, I have an appreciation for it, but he acts like when he's interviewed, he's the only motherfucker in the world that can do it. And like, oh, no one else does it right. And you have to do it like I do. And I mean,
the only thing I didn't like about those episodes is when they did, and don't get me wrong, the guy did it well, but if you follow the comic book, I don't follow the comic books, but I grew up with the cartoons and stuff like that. Bane is not just a normal person with a thing on his face. Like Bane is like he slaps his chest, gets injected with all the freaking stuff, and he just turns into just like jacked, like a monster basically. He's not just a person with a freaking mask on, right?
But he's super strong.
I saw a TikTok video today where a guy's an Uber driver and he's got the Bane mask on, and he stops to pick someone up. The guy opens up the door, goes, "Bane?" He goes, "Yes," with the Bane thing on. Like, oh no! He closes the door, and walks away.
Nope. And about
not taking a chance.
You're unpredictable.
Hey, John.
I mean, who can you say really is doing the best Batman? Because again, you got to go back to Adam West. To me, Adam West is the original Batman. There's one before him.
I agree with that.
Right, but
because that's the cheesiest fucking acting you ever seen in your life.
Best Batman ever.
Who?
Michael Keaton's hands down my favorite Batman.
You think so?
Yeah.
He was good at just not in the wrong era, I think. Really, like if they had more the way they can do movies now, I think it would have went better.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think Michael Keaton brought more personality to Batman than anyone else I've seen. And I think the Adam West Batman was trying to be the comic book. Like
that was
trying to
Zowie, the Kazam, the
all of that, right.
That was the that was the setup for the comic book. But Keaton, if you never watched Beetlejuice, you wouldn't keep looking at him as Beetlejuice.
Exactly right.
But in his, I think it was him that couldn't the suit. He couldn't barely move his neck in it. Like that's why I say if they were like nowadays back then, he would have been a great Batman. Like he still
now they have that.
He had to fight like this. Like
yep.
Well, and Val Kilmer said the same thing. And Val Kilmer, he said
they say
he hated playing Batman because he didn't get to act. He said he had the suit on 90% of the time, And he said, when you have the suit on, you're nothing but a meat skeleton to hold the suit up. You can't act. There's nothing to do. You know, you just walk around.
He definitely couldn't fit into that suit nowadays.
Yeah.
You can wear it now.
Joker.
Oh. Well, the Joker's like, what's his name? Nicholson.
Yeah, he was the best.
Well, and I like Danny DeVito as
he
Penguin?
was the disgust. He played Penguin well as the Penguin character because he was this gross.
Oh yeah, but I mean, but look, it's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. He's gross there too. I was,
Yeah.
Gross taxi. I mean, come on.
Yeah. But he did. He was the actual like Penguin. Like I think his hands were like that too, right? Like
yeah.
He
had
hands. Yep.
Yeah. Like, see, that's what I mean. Like the Batman is about like freaks. It's not about real people just like wearing masks and stuff like that. They actually had some kind of like genetic mutation happen to them, which made them into these enemies and everything. Like Batman always never had powers. He's just rich and owns a science, like basically a engineer lab, whatever you want to call it, like that builds everything for him. But everybody he fights against had some kind of genetic freaking chemical response to
some
something.
type of disaster or some type of,
with physical disabilities. That's really fucked up.
Yeah.
But that's common even all throughout the DC universe. I mean, you know, you look at Spider-Man and you look at the Green Goblin.
Yeah.
You look at all that, you know, they had some kind of accident, you know.
Mr. Freeze.
And then, but the same thing carried over though to well, the X-Men were mutants, but I'm talking about the dude from Watchmen. You know, what was his name? The one that was the blue guy, the Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah.
I mean, he got caught in that chamber and
But that's what I mean. Like that's when they do these Batman movies. I don't know why they don't keep the continuity going, because that's why I say about Bane. Bane is just a normal human being in that movie with a mask because he had whatever happened to him, right? Where even the lawyer, what's his name?
Two-Face.
He turned into Two-Face, but like they show like he you know like
Harvey.
Not Oswald.
No,
I think it was
Harvey. The first thing that popped in my head was Wallbanger.
Yeah, I think it was Harvey Oswald.
Okay. But there was always somebody had something wrong with them, and
oh, Harvey Dent. Fuck.
Dent. That's it. Yeah, I think Harvey Oswald was the one that shot JFK. I think.
Lee Harvey.
I think it was Lee. Wasn't that Lee or Harvey Oswald or something?
Come on, set these back in the fridge.
See you, Jerry J. Have a good weekend.
Oh yeah, man. Have a good one.
Have a good one, Jerry J.
See you, Jerry. But yeah, I wish they would. I think they could do more, but. I mean,
Hey,
cheers, just plain Jane.
just plain Shane.
You'll always be saucy, Shane.
Not a twist off.
Is that saucy?
That's Saucy Shane.
Yeah.
Just plain Shane is Saucy Shane. Yes.
Yeah.
He changed his icon and everything. What
Yeah.
the
Well,
heck?
Whiskey Dick. Everybody thought he was Whiskey Dictionary because Whiskey Dictionary goes around sometimes as Whiskey Dick. So people in the bourbon and whiskey community thought that when he came up with his new channel name, that was him with the other guy. So he changed his name.
All right.
I wouldn't have, but to Saucy. Hey.
Here's what we're about to drink. It's Flying Dog, Raging Bitch.
We could see that better if you would make yourself bigger, but you don't.
Whatever. You don't have to see it.
Get my other set of glasses on here, just
right.
You're wanting me to open beer, pour beer, and drive the space shuttle at the same time.
Yes, absolutely.
You can do it.
Don't add that sour in there.
We believe
Jody, you got to get your setup like Ken at Scotch Down Under. He just has to voice command everything.
No, I'm not going to do that.
He voice commands his camera to be like bottle cam. It'll just be a camera on his bottle. And
Wow.
All right. Cheers.
Well, I see this thing now where I can run two cameras. Like, what am I going to do with the other camera? Show what a mess it is down here.
Yeah, you can have. It'll be under your desk, and you call it your OnlyFans page camera.
Nobody wants to see that.
It's an IPA.
It's my
Like
only.
almost every IPA out there I've had tastes like pineapple and like guava or something. And this one's all right.
Or the pink one last week.
And that's not an IPA.
Sam, did you combine all those ponytails into one?
Sorry?
I was just asking Sam if she combined all those ponytails into one.
All my ponytails.
Well, Sam had all the little.
Oh, she had the.
They're not
Medusa wig.
ponytails, they are dreadlocks.
No, they weren't dreadlocks. They
They were dreadlocks.
Well, they weren't ratted.
Oh, are you talking to Samantha? Not
Yeah,
Jason?
talking to.
Okay. You're
The
good.
first part of
Well,
Sam's-
how often do you show your real face there, Twisted Our Lady?
Well, you can actually see my dreadlocks right there.
Can you?
Yeah.
I don't see them. Sorry.
The red things hanging down from my hair.
Uh-huh.
Well, I just
The
thought you
red
forgot to
is dreadlocks.
I thought you forgot to brush it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Smart ass.
Label. Florida Old Forester 1910 old label today.
This is one of the best things I got from a security company.
I don't think I've had Old Forester
Brown was giving these
19
away,
or any of the numbered ones. I have a single
like
barrel
a
that I
bar.
don't like.
You know,
I've got the 1920,
love it.
and then I got the.
Yeah, all of these are metal.
God damn, what was the last
I've
one I
never
got?
tried any of them, and I would really like to because my mom's maiden name was actually Forrester. So,
Oh, really?
yeah, I would love to try some old Forrester.
What I've heard with Old Forester is basically the numbered ones, like your 1920, 1910.
Yeah,
They're good. They're really good. Single barrels are always going to be hit and miss because every barrel is going to be different. My single barrel, I don't like, but some people love single barrel ones.
yeah. Old Forester has the Murderer Rose series, and they have a 90. It's a 90, a 100, a 110, and a 120.
Yeah.
And the 120, in my opinion, is the best.
That's the last one I got from Old Forester.
And that's
Nice.
95.
Statesman.
And that old Statesman is the same thing as the bottled and bond, only it's 95 proof and not 100 proof.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it is. It's decent.
I'm going to pour some of this here.
Although people were saying that the 1920 is better.
Oh, yeah,
You
there
pay
you
as
go.
much for this as you would a 1920. You're better off getting a 1920.
The old Saved by the Bull. Whack Attack.
Black Attack.
Yeah, the Bull Run.
Yeah.
13-year whiskey. That's funny. Jeffrey Whack.
I went on ahead and poured some more.
It's a light whiskey. It's a light whiskey. This.
That's not bad.
It's not. Tastes like beer. Tastes like a strong Budweiser.
I don't know if I see Shane from Storytime tonight, I might crack open one of his bottles I just got. So
You got the twins?
yeah,
Yeah. Mine.
All right.
Of
I'll
course,
see
they're
how
my cousins. I'll
successful
see
I
them
am.
next year. I just like I have
Marshmallows, huh?
Sexual Chocolate. I have Kingslayer. I have the Christmas and Thanksgiving here, but the other ones are sitting over there still. So it's like, whatever.
yeah,
It is what it is.
So
You haven't
mine just
cracked them
came in
yet?
this week.
You haven't cracked them at all yet, eh?
No, yeah, they're sitting back there on the shelf. Well, when I finally brought them in, they had been out in the vehicle they're out in the vehicle for a day, then out in the garage for a day, so they were still cold. So I
Yeah.
brought them in here yesterday.
Get some of that
So.
rocket.
I hate cold whiskey.
Okay.
I can't drink cold whiskey.
Go for it.
Shane, that would be awesome. Soon I will get with you on that.
I will be back.
I'll send you a coaster or something.
I'm waiting on that OCD number 5 to taste like, because I know what it tastes like. It tastes like toasted marshmallow with graham cracker and Hershey's chocolate.
Ooh, that's got some.
Ooh, toasted marshmallow.
Woo.
I could see my husband getting into bourbon tasting and collecting.
It's a rabbit hole, man.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
and I will tell you this, it's also freaking expensive.
I bet it is.
like just like even these, I can't. Well, I'll bring them up.
Oh,
Dude,
you
have you ever like posted something on Facebook and it caused like a controversy, and right away you're like, nope, not dealing with it.
All the
Like-
time. Yep.
Like these
That
ones
just
here.
happened.
Octomore.
I
Yeah,
believe
so
that.
that's a 12-2, and then this is the 12-1.
Samantha, I posted a meme about duct tape one
Not cheap.
time, and it caused the biggest turbulence with my mother-in-law.
Oh God, come on.
Yeah, these aren't even close to being cheap.
Those are
Like-
cool though.
But you buy them to
That
keep
hangover,
them.
Yeah, Four Loco lemonade. Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody like peated scotch in here? What? Come on.
I don't. Well, I've never had a good peated scotch that I like.
Yeah. Oh, those ones are heavily peated, like heavily peated. But that's Berklotti.
Well, what people are telling me, and they'll say, "What did you have?" And I don't know. I tried some shit. I don't remember. I didn't like it, and I moved along to something I did like.
You'd
And,
think you would like it. You guys are all about like smoked meats and barbecues and everything else. That's peated scotch. Like a lot of it can be
I like to
band-aids.
eat it. I don't want to drink it.
It's like some of them. Of course, some peated is way different, but you can have ones like even the one I cracked. I think I did the 12.2 the other night just to try it out. It was more barbecue smoke than it was like that earthy peat. Like that smells like iodine and band-aids and smoke.
Yeah, and that's what the Scotch guys have been telling me. I just haven't had a good one.
Yeah.
You know, and they're like, well, the good ones, you know, how much have you spent on Scotch? Well,
Shouldn't
shit,
matter what
not
your
that
price
much.
It shouldn't matter what your price is. Like Scotch, you guys have, well, I mean, we have a good variety of Scotch in Canada, more than we have bourbon. But like you can get a good Scotch for, $40 to $50. Like the Octomores they're like $300 a bottle.
Yeah.
But I like peated Scotch, so that's why you can't always get them where I am because the prices keep going up. So I bought them, so now I'll have them for the next few years. But
Yeah, so you can either buy a couple of bottles of Scotch or a new car, or or you can go to Disney World.
never mind. You see secondary markets with like Pappies and stuff like that. Then we want to go for like 12.
Oh, I know. I would never do that. I
That's
offered.
ridiculous.
What got me though is I was in that liquor store there on Market Street in Nulu in Louisville.
Yeah.
And I said, "Do you have more bottles of the Pappy in the back?" And they're like, "Yes." So I did the math on the 750 milliliter, and I said, "Well, this is how many shots you can get out of it at $20 a pop. I'll give you $980 for the bottle." No, we were not going to sell you the bottle. I said, "Well, do you have an empty bottle? Or this one's only got like this much left in it, So sell me those, and then go open the other bottle and sell me all the shots that fill this up. Just keep selling me shots, and I'll pour them in." No, we're not going to give you the bottle.
Yeah.
And I said, so if I had a container, and they're like, "Well, yeah, you can just keep buying pours, but we're not going to give you the bottle." Yeah, so I was like, well, whatever.
Well, do you have another bottle in the back?
No, the next time I go, I'm going to bring a 4-ounce jar with me. And I'm going to order it'll be $80, and I'm going to have 4 ounces of Pappy 23 when I come back. Because they told me I could do that. I just didn't have any with me when I was there.
See, the thing with bourbon and whiskey in general, minus Scotch and Irish, is that I find, so in America, even though we can start going there now, but is that like out of the probably 100 something bottles I have, is you can get a really good bourbon for under like $40. Like you could stock a bar with under $40 bourbons that are really good.
Peter White.
Like you don't have to go to the $110, $140 bottles of bourbon because everybody says they're great. You don't have to go to those. Peter White. What?
Oh, yeah. Well, my channel, though, my channel is more about affordable bourbons or obtainable. Put it that way. Obtainable bourbon.
Stuff you can get easy.
And, I buy all these bourbons because that's what people see when they walk into the liquor store. And I'm tending to gear towards people who don't know a lot about bourbon. and I'm not trying to preach to like bourbon heads out there that
No.
know everything, right? We would all be preaching to the choir, but you know, if people walk in and you're overwhelmed in the bourbon section of your store, watch my channel, get some tips on some things, and that's what my channel's about. It's not really about the pappy.
No, like half the bottles that I end up having here is just because people talked about them so much on a higher level, and in my brain, I got like, oh, I gotta buy it, which I don't have to buy it. That's the thing. You could buy. You could have like mine, like even your shelf. That all those bottles on that shelf, you could love those bottles, and they could be under $40. It all depends what you like.
Yeah,
Right.
Not about the hype. And we get caught into the hype. That's the problem.
I can tell you this: there's very few bottles. I mean, there's a few up there that are under 40, but
no, I'm just saying
minority. But but some of them are overpriced, and I tend to rank bourbon. Like if I had a scale, and I'm going to make one because I've thrown this out there, and I'm going to have a chart that goes from like what I think the quality is up to what I think the quality is up here. And I'm going to put a price tag, like I'm going to have the scale going up is the price, and not what they cost, but what I think they should cost.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put pictures of the bottles on that scale with over 100 bourbons, and say, look, if I would pay give a buffer of 3 or 4% in cost, but if you're paying up here and you're buying this bourbon, you're going to be disappointed. You know, that's what I want to put out.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to make a new scale because that Trader Joe's came in at 92. And that was definitely not.
We
92.
read one review from one guy who gave it a 92.
Hey, well, that's enough, right?
Well, they didn't win any gold medals, so. Now, the guy that gave it the 92, there is no freaking way. That was to me, that was a 47. I mean, or a 0, because I don't even think it's a real bourbon. I really don't. I was picking up one of the not the other one they sell at Trader Joe's, not the Kentucky Best. It's probably a $15 bourbon, $20 bourbon. You know, I put it up against Jim Beam and all that. But the other one has just
that is true, Peter.
Yeah, definitely.
No, what Peter's saying, like here, you need about 40 to 65 Canadian for a really decent bourbon.
Yeah.
Because like your what do I have here? Weller Special Reserve. You know, like what's a normal price for that minus the Weller name price? Like
the green label, the little cheap ass Special Reserve. Georgia in the United States has it priced right.
Yeah. So what's that?
A 750 milliliter bottle of Weller Special Reserve green label should be about $18.
Okay. So even if it was $18 to $30, we would get it up here for about 65.
Right.
Wow.
Canadian. Yeah. And that's not secondary. That's just the way it's priced in Canada.
And I say should be because I bought a double tankard of it. I'm talking about the big double bottle.
Yeah.
For $32.50 or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna get more of the Weller when just the Special Reserve. But if they have CYPB, if they have Antique 107, hell yeah, I'm gonna grab that shit. But they're not gonna have it. But because we're going to Disney in the fall.
Yeah.
And when we go to Disney, I'm in North Carolina. We drive through Georgia, and on the way back, I buy bourbons in Georgia.
But it's like Old Granddad, the like 100 bottle and bond kind of, and Old Tub. They're like $25 to $40 or $35, $25 to $35 up here, both of them. Like, and you can get them for like $10, I think, or something like under $20.
I mean, Buff Trace. I think MSRP on Buffalo Trace is like 30 something bucks. And I've seen Buff Trace go for $150 back, because they had the fire and blah, 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 blah. But Buffalo Trace, they are taking measures right now, and I got this confirmation from someone at Buffalo Trace. They said that over the next 2 years, because you have to wait, you have to wait for the aging. And they said in 2 years from now, there will be plenty of Buffalo Trace to go around. So,
Yeah.
now they're not talking about the 23 years and shit, but that's going to,
There's in the next couple, I think it's a couple years, the talk was that there's going to be some really good, at least minimum age 10-year whiskeys coming out. Like I think, was it Bulleit's doing their own?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's exciting about the bourbon world is it has to be pure. It follows the law, and you can't add color, you can't add flavor, you can't do any of this stuff. You just have to age it right. Yeah. And I mean, that's what's exciting is there's stuff we're going to be tasting next year that they started trying to make back in, a decade ago,
And that's the thing we're going to see that, like, I think it's going to be like a lot of 10-year-olds coming out. I know there's 2 distilleries that are going to be doing 10 years.
Yep.
Their own 10 years.
Yep.
Buffalo Trace is reasonable Ontario. I see it for 30. Yeah.
I will say,
I never have access to that stuff.
I will say this, the Knob Creek 12-year, and to their credit, I didn't pay very much more for that Knob Creek Knob Creek 12 than I did the 9. It was like maybe $8 or $9 more, right?
Yeah.
It's minimal difference. I mean, like $1.50, $2 difference between Knob Creek 9 and 12.
If you have access to get the 12 cask strength, that was.
No, I didn't get the cask, but yeah.
Your 12 is 100 proof, right? Is the 100?
100 proof, yes.
Yeah. And I hear it's good too, but I heard the cask strength one, if you can get it, is really good. But
I'm sure, and that's why I can't find it because everybody buys the crap up.
Yeah, I know. I have the 15, not here, sitting at my cousin's, but I heard that one's like a wood bomb.
Oh, if you want a wood bomb, I have a wood bomb. Yeah. That is Texas whiskey. That is the Garrison Brothers. That is oaky bomb right there. When I talk about Duke being a fruit salad, Garrison is an oak bomb.
Yeah.
It is the oakiest bourbon I have on my shelf.
Holy, sorry. I was just looking at Peter White's comment. Knob Creek 15 is $200 Canadian, Ontario.
Wow. Yep.
I think I bought it for like 120 American. So yeah, I guess so.
I had to figure out what I'm going to drink for the rest of the night. So, well, I guess I figure again. I bought the new bottle of Michter's, so I figured I can finish this one off tonight. I'll be all right.
I like Michter's. Is that the regular? Is that the regular proof, Phil?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I got that one. Those are good.
Yeah, I mean, my Myers now is carrying these for $44.95 a bottle.
Oh, nice.
And I can't beat that.
I don't think I get them.
That's where I got my Bookers. Again, that's where I got a few lately. So I just keep going up there, just thinking, what am I going to find this time? Because I bought the 2 bottles of Eagle Rare there for $31.99 a piece. So
yeah. I still can't believe Eagle Rare.
That's a good price.
Goes for secondary.
Even here, I pay $36 for it.
Yeah.
Well, 36 is a great price for it. It's good, but Eagle Rare is just as good as the Michter's, and you're going to pay $45 to $50 for the Michter's.
Yeah.
Well, and I have paid $42 for it.
Michter's is good. It's nice
because what we do here with the ABC stores, they charge MSRP. So when Buff Trace changes their MSRP based on availability, we fluctuate in price a little.
Yeah.
I still haven't bought a bottle of Buffalo Trace. Every time I go in there, I'm thinking, all right, this time I'm buying the Buffalo Trace, and it's either not there, or I was like, ooh, I want that instead.
You're not going to like Buffalo Trace as well as you like Eagle Rare.
Yeah.
But I've only been able to get my hand on 2 bottles of Eagle Rare. The other one I gave away. But
do you guys have the opportunity to get the Buffalo Trace store picks? Does your stores do picks?
Yeah, no. the place up by my work, it's about a mile from where I work, has a store pick, and I was skeptical when it said store pick, and I was like, and they were still only asking $29.99 for it, $30.
Oh, yeah.
But I'd never heard of a store pick for Buffalo Trace, and then I asked someone, they're like, "Oh yeah. There's probably a sticker on there somewhere that says it's a store pick." So I was like, "Oh well."
Well, supposedly the store picks are pretty good. Like, I mean, I've had Buffalo, like we used to have it stocked here where I am constantly. Like, it was just the generic bourbon. Weirdly, because whenever people say they couldn't get it, I'm like, and I'm in the north here, so it's like,
I mean, Buff Trace is a base bourbon. It really is.
And it is. It's better than Blanton's, in my opinion.
Yeah. Now I see that Peter White says rather have Wild Turkey 101 than Eagle Rare 10. Now everybody's taste is different, and if that's what you like, then more power to you, man. But yeah. I tend to lean more toward Eagle Rare when I'm wanting something, because it's not that Wild Turkey has more notes to it; they're harsher. They're a lot raspier notes in Wild Turkey 101.
Where are we at here? Hey, Peppers in Kentucky living. Uncle Deadhead, that's awesome. The Penelope single barrel strength barrel char 2.
Wasn't that the other bottle I got here? Is a Penelope they sent me?
Oh, you got a Penelope.
I got a 6-ounce pour of the Penelope.
Oh, nice.
From 21090.
Is that the barrel? Nice. The barrel strength?
Barrel strength. Yep.
Yeah, that's the one we had earlier on the regular show.
Yeah.
It's good, but it doesn't stand up to ECBP. You know, the Elijah Craig barrel proof. Yeah. It just.
So see, that's how much I drank. So I got to pour out of that one. That's how much of this, if you compare the levels, that's how much I drank last night. That just or night before last. I woke up feeling like shit to go to work. And I don't like doing that because I like going to work, feeling good. So,
really?
Yeah, I do.
I like going to work hazy. No, I'm kidding.
I mean,
yeah. Don't you work from home?
I drink most nights, but I know what I can drink and get up and feel fine in the morning when I get up.
Yeah. Nope, have to clear head.
Yeah,
I deal with too many people in a day.
You know what was really the weird thing? Not a long time ago, maybe 6 months or so ago, as I did a super spicy challenge. I think it was Death Nut 3.0, and it's made for like 5 people to eat. I ate all the nuts for that one, and and one of my kids had an edible, and I ate one of their edibles, which is like 20 milligrams. And man, I thought for sure I'd wake up hungover and everything else. I woke up the next morning feeling great. I'm thinking, man, but I sure don't like the way that stuff, any of that stuff makes me feel. Yeah. I trust me, my kids work at a place and I have it readily available in my home, and I don't partake in any of that. So,
yeah, and Uncle Deadhead, here's the thing: I do bourbon blinds, and I did them a lot, and then we had COVID hit, and everybody was isolating and all that stuff, and I'm going to start getting back doing it again. But when I invite people over and we do blind tastings, I can tell you more people tend to gravitate towards certain things, but I don't want bourbon to become all one noted. I mean, that's why there's no flavor in beef anymore, unless you buy it grass fed from a butcher or something, because they're trying to please everybody. And I'll tell you this, I've had people, bourbons I didn't really appreciate, they would pick them, because I would have 12 people around the table, and there would be like 1 or 2 people pick something that wasn't my favorite. But if it's their favorite, the notes speak to them, they like it. I mean, I'm not going to judge it,
That's right.
I mean, that's what you like, drink it,
It's like people that like, what's it called there? Basil Hayden. There's a lot of people that actually like it.
My only problem with Basil Hayden is such a low proof for such a high price. I mean,
I know, but a lot of people love it. Like I have a bottle here, but because I do usually 46 and up ABV, it's hard to go back to a 40.
Yep.
Like it is. Like, I mean, maybe starting the night off kind of thing. Maybe
that's what I call Basil Hayden's is the pre-party, right?
Yeah.
And Coors Light is the after party.
Well,
Yeah.
part B is over 100 proof bourbons in the middle. So,
Yeah.
got to rehydrate when you're done.
No, they've got the Basil Hayden sit right there next to the Michters and Myers, and I've steered away from it because I've seen enough reviews that says, you know, for the price and the proof and everything else, it's okay, but it's too high. If it was a $39 bottle of bourbon,
Yeah.
it'd be fine. So,
Yeah.
from what I hear,
I mean,
I would like to
Basil Hayden
I would
sitting
love
there.
it to make it 100 proof. I would love to see what Basil Hayden comes out on 100 proof.
and you know they've got to knock it down to where it's at, right? It doesn't come out of the cask like that, out of the barrel like that.
No, but the thing is there's obviously a market for it. Like we always talk in these in the bourbon groups and stuff like that. Like, why do they do this? Why do they do that? We're the minority that buy whiskey. Like, there's so many other larger groups that buy those whiskeys, right? That's why they put them up that way, because they sell.
So is there a Basil Hayden that's called something else that comes from Basil Hayden that's a higher proof?
Who does Basil Hayden off the top of my head here?
I don't know.
It's not a beat.
Basil Hayden's Beam Suntory.
Yeah, so you got so Booker's.
Yep.
Oh, so Booker's is your higher proof.
Little baby like niece is what.
Yeah. So and your Knob Creeks.
Yep.
Basil, your
I
Booker's,
love me from Knob Creek. So.
Even what the hell is it? Evan Williams, Waterman Bond.
Well, you've got. I always talk about Beam Suntory, Booker's, Bakers, and Candlestick Makers.
Yeah, Baker 7.
Baker 7. You've got Legion. You've got Knob Creeks. You've got Basil Hayden's. You've got Little Book, which no one ever brings up.
Who?
Little Book.
Well, Peter White just brought up Little Book 3. They used to cast strength Basil Hayden's, so they have it. Oh.
Yep. So Little Book is their. So if Booker's is like their $90 version, Little Book's their $120 version.
Yeah, Little Book's.
Yeah, it's their top offering.
I've seen it for like 140 to 180 up here.
Well, I was saying if one's, you know.
But no, I'm just saying in general. Like, I would love to try Little Book, but it's. I need to know if I'm going to like it before I spend that much money.
If I'm going to spend that much, I'm buying Kentucky Owl. I'm buying, well, you're not going to get an E.H. Taylor's, but Stag Jr.
Well, how much is it? A couple $100 then?
What's that?
Was it a couple $100 then?
What, for E.H. Taylor?
Yeah.
You're going to spend $300 on a bottle.
Wow.
But is that the single barrel or is that just the
single barrel? Yeah. I'm talking about,
cheaper than that, but the single barrels are expensive.
Yeah.
So
no, you can get an E.H. Taylor for $115. I mean, but it's not going to be, you know. And Louisville, I've tried it, and there's a lot of bourbons I've tried when I travel, you know, and I go to these like in Louisville, and they have bars that have all the bottles, and you can buy $18 a pour, $20 a pour. I'll spend $200 in there trying bourbon.
Yeah.
But for me to get my hand on those bottles to go on the shelf would be $4,000. So it's worth it for me to just to have a snifter of it. And if I had never had Pappy 23, what right do I have to say anything about it? You know, so I spend my 20-something bucks and get a shot of it. And then I sit there and I go in because I found out they had it. And they said, "Oh, you want a pour of it?" And I said, "Tomorrow," because I was there to do other things. And so I ate early at 11, went in there at 4 in the afternoon, didn't have anything but water. And I treated my sit down with them like I was going to do an honest review. Mm-hmm. And then I said, "Pour me the Pappy." And I sat and I was like, wasn't very crowded. There was nobody in there. And I said, "Look, leave me alone. Let me live with this bourbon for a minute, you know." And then I honestly tried the Pappy in my own head, you know, wasn't recording or anything, but it is fantastic, but it's not worth more than $250. You know, and there's people spending $10,000 on a bottle of it.
Yeah.
That's insane.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Stupid people.
$194 for a little book.
Again, there's places that like Travis was talking about have the Eagle Rare for $99, so that's just stupid.
Well, Joe's been drinking Four Loko here, so he's about locoed out. I think he's gonna ease on.
He's gonna stumble on home.
Yeah, he's good though. I'm not gonna see. I knew that night when he left to grab my phone, log in on StreamYard, and follow him because I knew only good things were going to happen. But tonight he's got it. He's got it together. He hadn't had that much.
Oh, yeah. I might not do that again, but you can never tell.
Well, we always say we're never going to do that again in the moment.
Never say never, right?
Until the next time we actually do it again.
Got no room.
I mean, how many people have said in their lives at any point,
you're not a fool.
any point, God, if you can just help me through this moment,
I'll never drink again. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm never gonna drink.
I have. Yeah.
2 weeks later, we're like, I feel fine.
Yeah.
Well, I woke up hungover and whatnot, and like, all right, I'm not going to drink tonight. And then by the time 7, 8, 9 o'clock rolls around, it's like, all right, I start sipping a little of something, and then so
Crazy Aunt Joe. Yeah, Joe is being reasonable tonight, but I'm still going to be here with you for a couple more hours.
And I might pop in when I get home.
Well, maybe even 2.5 more hours.
what do you got there?
Oh, Old West, American
the
Prairie.
highway.
Now is that worth it?
Yeah, American Prairie Bourbon. That is the one I call
That's
the
good.
American Plains Grassy Bourbon. It's got an earthiness to it.
Yeah, I mean it's good to. It's almost like it has. Yeah, I could see the grass or hay, but it's almost like it has like a cookie dough, like a dough to it too.
Yeah, there's the pretzely doughy.
Yeah.
Like uncooked, like they didn't quite cook the pretzel all the way.
Phil, if you are in your store and you see these are good. The Old Scouts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see those.
I have that bottle over
I
here
saw
too.
that. Yeah.
Yep, it's
These are just like well, this is some kind of some kind of bartender's pick from Alberta, but
Mhm.
I don't think that makes a difference. I think Old Scout in general is a good buy.
I always wish I had like a bourbon expert next to me when I'm standing at the thing at Myers, like I could scan something, and I had someone like Jody on the other side. Says, oh yeah, for that, get that. That's good for that price.
Call me, man.
Yeah.
Hit me on Snapchat or something, man.
Yeah, no, I mean
WhatsApp. That's what I meant. WhatsApp. Yeah, do a WhatsApp call or the messenger thing. I'll look at all of them.
yeah, because it wouldn't hurt like if you go into those stores just to get that helping hand because
Crazy Ann, I wouldn't leave you alone.
like there's going to be whiskeys in there that will be the eye catchers, the ones that look pretty. That'll be like, oh, you know what? Like for $45, I might get this to try it out, right? But then you can sit back and say, well, no, get the one that's $25. It's actually better than the $45.
Yeah, most of these on here are bourbons that at some point in time someone said you should try this, you should try that. So I got a bunch of them on here that let's see, Michter's Toasted. I've never had that.
I had that
bourbon.
Toasted 21.
I see that.
Or Noble Oak Double.
Well,
Oak.
if you can get the Elijah
Noble Oak is good,
barrel,
I think. Yeah.
get it.
I don't
Buy
know.
it
Blue
immediately.
Note Crossroads Toasted French Toast Roast.
That one I don't know.
Yeah. Peerless Double Oak. See, anything Double Oak I want. If I see something that says Double Oak, I don't care if it says Dog Turd Double Oak, I'm buying it.
Peerless
Would,
Peerless has some good whiskey. So Peerless, if you can get it.
I'm going to send you a sample of Garrison Brothers. If you like the oak, you're going to like the Garrison Brothers.
But those kind of whiskeys sit in for 4 months and they look like they've aged for 25 years.
Yeah,
Like
because it's hot. But
I know, that's what I mean.
But
Texas,
the thing is, it's straight bourbon whiskey, which means it aged at least 2 years.
Yeah, I know. I just the
Yeah.
color of them are just like crazy.
Well, here's a trick, though. Here's a trick, and here's how some. And I've said this before. You have to read the label. If it says bourbon and that's it, all it has to do is hit a new oak barrel with any level of char for 15 seconds or whatever. However long it takes for you to pour it into that barrel and pour it back out.
Does
Then
it have to be in there for 2 years?
no, that's straight bourbon. You got to look for the word straight on the bottle.
Yeah.
Been straight for a long time. I've never had to look for the word.
Bourbon has no time limit. Regular bourbon, just bourbon.
Yeah, they could lick a barrel.
And then what they do is they pour it into the barrel, pour it right back out, sell the barrel. Now, what I'm talking about here are small mom and pop things that are trying to make a buck. They're trying to do whatever, right?
Peter White Sierra still has that.
They'll pour it in the barrel, pour it right back out, sell it to a Scotch maker overseas. So they lost very little on that barrel.
Yeah.
Then they put it in this pressure cooker thing, and they put wood in there with it, and they pressure age the bourbon, and it extracts all these wood tannins, bitters all out of the wood. It adds a hell of a lot of color, but you're getting no flavor out of that. And I mean, this bourbon tastes like, now that is paint thinner. When they do that, it's fucking paint thinner.
That version.
What?
Like Trader Joe's.
I am about to put up something because I'm the first one that dropped the F-bomb, but let's go on ahead and.
Do you see these, Phil, anywhere?
I got a bottle back here.
Okay, these are good. Like
$50.
I mean, this is a pick. This is
you got a pick.
You
got a Dewey.
Yeah, this is 8 hot buttery rolls.
Dewey.
Where's my wheated whiskey, man?
Wheated whiskey whip.
But that's a pick. But
whiskey.
Wilderness Trail has great whiskey. Those ones I would stock constantly.
Yeah, and I have a Wilderness Trail somewhere over
They've
here.
got Wilderness Trail at my Meyer.
Okay. Yeah,
they're
good.
I actually won mine.
They have a rye too, I think. Wilderness Trail's claim to fame is their yeast strain. The distillers or whatever, they're supposedly some kind of something they went to school for, and they actually whiskey was the alternative thing that they got into, so they know like the way these yeast strains they make them or something like that.
Yeah, when I was younger, I knew women that were known for that too.
Oh my
god! Good thing that TVMA came up.
That's right.
Have you ever had so many bourbons you couldn't find one?
I was just doing the same. I was like, what do I do with? I put everything away. I put everything away, right? I'm looking around.
Or Bill, even Ezra Brooks. You won't get this bottle, but just the Ezra Brooks.
Yep.
There's Ezra 99. There's
I've seen the Ezra.
They're good. They're good.
Are they? But most of the Ezra Brooks that I see are all like cheap ones, like in the 20s and 30s.
Yeah, and they don't have to. This is a pick from Mash and Journey and My Bourbon Journey, Scott.
Most of the Ezra Brooks you get are going to be picks, the good ones.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the Ezra 7 around. I was told not to pay much more than $50 for that. Place up here in town's got it for $79 or basically $80. I was like, no. I saw someone else.
It's a barrel proof. It's a barrel strength. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I saw someone else had it for $60, and I almost bought it, but I bought something else.
Here's Ezra. It was a bottle shop pick. Here, I'll make myself big.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, just like a big boy.
Yeah. You can't find it now.
I run this motherfucker.
It's like his wiener. He can't find it.
I have an Ezra Brooks. It's a distiller's collection. Sour mash, charcoal mellowed Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. It was hand selected by the bottle shop. 53.5%. Right. It gives the barrel number. It gives the fill date on the barrel of 2015. It's 107 proof. Well, you can do the math on that because I told you the ABV. But yeah, that's the Ezra Brooks I have, and I think it's pretty good. I like it. It's let me get myself back.
And what was it, a $40 bottle? 40,
No, 50 maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's probably the one you're talking about that you
Old
get.
River 7, yep.
Oh yeah,
it
now
is
that you got to bend over and hurt your back to pick it up, but they put it on the bottom
for a cheap. I mean,
Yeah.
it may not be. I don't know how cheap this is, but I love this stuff. Bullet 10.
Yeah, Bullet.
Bullet
Now-
10.
Oh yeah, no Bullet 10. I have a bottle of Bullet 10 somewhere. I'm not even going to try to look for it because every
Bullet
time
10
I
is
look for
great.
it,
I like it better than the bulletproof or bulletproof barrel proof.
bulletproof, barrel proof. Yeah. No, I did.
lied.
I did like Bullet 10 way
I'm
better.
gonna buy
than
that
Bullet
one.
Rye.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
green label Bullet Rye. They have
I
a
like
orange
that.
label
I'm
regular
gonna buy
Bullet,
that one. I haven't bought that one yet,
I
but
like
a
this
white
one.
label 10-year, and then they have the black. What is it? Black label barrel proof on the Bullet.
Look how crooked they put the damn sticker on there.
I know
Yeah.
it. That's
Yeah,
quality
they must-
control,
They
Phil.
must have been drinking too much bourbon at the time.
Oh,
huh?
it starts off straight.
oh,
Yeah, maybe that was a Friday and they were waiting to go home, huh?
that's
Apparently.
what happens when you drink.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and Peter, yeah, there a lot of these we're talking about are MGP juice, but I just put out a video not too long ago about are all MGP bourbons the same? No, here's why. There's a lot that can go into the flavor of bourbon after grain selection, the distillation process, and all that. And a lot of these bourbons have drastically different notes to them.
Alex has got them all right in front of him. Well, I think
Well, this is my ones that I'm easier to drink. Well, not easier to drink. It's like, okay, here, watch this. I'll do this.
Yeah, I got
It's-
packing chips up here.
It's like all my I have my scotches, some of my picks,
Mhm.
and then up there I have like some scotches, a 14-year Calment.
So let
And
me
then-
ask you a question. What do you think about that Widow Jane I got a glimpse of?
The 10-year. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's Widow Jane. It's high corn,
Yeah.
corn in it.
I don't mind. I don't mind it. It's actually has a way different taste than some of the bourbons that I've had.
Right, because but compare it to Hudson Baby Bourbon, because Hudson the New York bourbons tend to be almost 100% grain or 100% corn.
Yeah.
And I'm not a huge fan of the high corn count, but I do like Widow Jane, but I don't like Hudson Baby Bourbon, and they don't even make it anymore. And now they switched to Black Light Big Bourbon on the Hudson brand. And so what they did was 95% corn, 5% malted barley. It made it a lot better, but not as good as Widow Jane.
I would like to try the. Okay, so they got the 10, but I think they have a 15 that's out there too. That's not horribly for price.
Oh yeah, Peter. Yes, they can. There's nothing in the law about charcoal filter.
Yeah,
And
that's Jack Daniels.
That's a big contentious point, by the way. I want to mention this right quick. That a lot of the Tennessee whiskeys are bourbons that they chose not to call a bourbon because of hometown pride or home state pride or whatever. And all they are charcoal filtered in a certain way, like the Uncle Nearest, right? And they came up with this charcoal filtering method and said, oh, this is Tennessee. And they call it a Tennessee whiskey, but they could absolutely legally call it a bourbon.
Oh yeah.
There's nothing in the law about the filtering.
I don't know how much this is, but you guys get it for. I had it up in Canada. I have the cask strength one at my cousin's right now. But if you could get this is a good.
Oh, still Austin.
The Musician.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good one too.
I mean, seen that picture around. If I still lived in Texas or whatever.
it says aged at least 2 years.
Yeah, well, that's straight bourbon, aged at least. And when they say that, that means they don't go 4 years, because you have to disclose at some point somewhere age. But if you go over 4 years on a straight bourbon, you don't have to say shit. You can just say this is straight bourbon whiskey.
Jody Peter has on there the mash bill.
Yeah,
75.
75% corn. Yeah, and that's why I like Widow Jane better because it has that rye
Yeah,
count in it.
it does. It is different though. I'm gonna say that though. There's
But
a
that is a high rye. I mean, a high corn. I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
it is. Yeah.
and it's only there's no wheat. It's corn, rye, barley.
wheat.
You know,
No wheat.
Wheat.
no wheat.
Wheat. I would say if you can get Maker's Mark picks, that's great too.
Wheat.
But they're probably not cheap. I don't think.
No,
Maker's
but,
Mark 46 straight 46 is great, but you guys can get like in your stores like Maker's Mark cast strength. I can't get that.
no,
I can't get it in my grocery store. I have to go to a liquor store to get it.
Yeah.
But where I got my barrel proof the other day, my Maker's Mark, they had that, so I had to make a choice: barrel proof, or I chose barrel proof over the cast strength. So
Yeah.
Well, barrel proof cast strength are the same thing. I mean, it's they didn't cut it with water when it came out of the barrel.
yeah.
Yeah. And if you can get any of the
Oh, I'm sorry.
better-
I'm sorry. My bad. I completely toasted.
Oh, okay.
It was,
Barrel.
Maker's Mark toasted, or Elijah Craig. I'm complete. You know what?
yeah.
I'm going to stop talking.
Yeah.
It was my Elijah Craig toasted barrel versus
yeah.
the Elijah Craig
Barrel proof.
Just right.
barrel proof. There
Yeah.
you go.
ECBP.
Yep.
I got my Elijah Craig mix up with Maker's Mark. Sorry.
Now
Well, I
Elijah
told
Craig
Joe
barrel
earlier-
proofs are good.
We were just talking about that earlier.
Yeah, and I told him, I said, if you see a Elijah Craig toasted barrel, just get a bottle of it. Just buy it.
That's me. You know why I got my first taste of something toasted was a guy at work brought me in a 2-ounce pour of Nulu toasted.
Yeah, I got that here.
You're
Yeah.
not paying
Nulu
120
is
bucks
juice too.
Yeah.
for a bottle of Nulu toasted. I'll get the Woodford Reserve Double Oak. I'll get everything else toasted. I'm not paying 120 bucks. I'm not at that point yet.
No, I have I can't remember Arizona pick, I think, of Nulu toasted.
Does everybody here know what toasted barrel means?
Well, you've taken it and put it into a second toasted barrel, so you're going to pull out more of those flavors and sugars and things from a second barrel from the first barrel, right?
But there's a difference in so you can char a barrel or you can toast a barrel.
Yeah, toasting's not char where it's like charcoal.
Yeah, you don't have like black char on the inside of the barrel. You slowly roast it, toast it until it turns dark, and on the inside of the barrel. And you don't release. Well, it depends.
So it's not like you're putting in 2 charred barrels.
Well, not necessarily, because some of them just say toasted barrel. Like Rabbit Hole is a toasted barrel. They do not char their barrels. They slowly toast them until they turn really dark. So they don't blast fire their barrels.
Because I love those videos. I love watching those videos of them char the inside of those barrels.
Yeah.
Those are phenomenal. I look at that and go, wow.
You know what?
No, that's not even close. 1910's better. Wait.
Oh, Forrester. I think I can get it somewhere.
I mean, I want both of them, really, because I have the Elijah Craig toasted over there.
Wait a second.
But the 1910 is, they're both. That's what brings out more of the marshmallow flavor is the toasted barrel rather than the char. Or you get vanilla, the apple, the caramel, all that toasted barrel. You get more marshmallow, stuff like that. So, but it takes longer to toast a barrel than it does to char it. So
here's what right here.
There's an uptick on price on everything.
Yes, I'm 21. Here you go. Phil.
Blast char. That's a blast char right there.
Yeah. Well, you can
And
go.
they do it.
Look at that shit.
They do it for a certain amount of time,
Yeah.
and that's what gives you your number of char.
They're practically on. I've seen them where they're practically on fire like that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, look at it. Look.
I mean, look, fire's coming out the back of it. Yeah.
I mean, look at that. That is just.
That's like a
that is what they're doing to those barrels.
You know.
Yeah. So Phil, if I don't know if this will work, Sagamore, come on, double oak.
Oh,
You have it?
what do I got? I got some Sagamore.
They have a double oak.
Not the double oak.
Okay, yeah. So if you
Double
there you
oak,
go.
it is.
It is double oak. There you go.
I would just like to call out that Joe is still here, even though he was going to leave 30 minutes ago. What? An hour from now, he'll still be here. But I'm gonna. Whoa, wait.
I have Joe just for 3 months.
Yeah, don't forget.
Oh my God! I can't go pee while you're
double
here.
oak right there down the bottom.
Nice. Yeah. Joe, I didn't even know you were here.
No, I'll look at the mic live.
When did you get here, Joe? Uh-oh. It's a Samantha show now. Come on, it's all on you.
Uh-oh. Come on, Samantha.
Come on.
Curious now.
It's your show
What
now.
are you gonna do?
Joey's
Cat's
gone.
got claws. Let's go.
We don't know what to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody asks for that song all the time. It's crazy.
It's one of your It's one of your best.
We're putting up a fence.
That and everything spicy song.
Real early. So.
Keeping it spicy, hanging with Phil. Keeping it spicy,
That is
ain't that the deal? I've got my own song. Did you know that, Alex?
No, I did not.
I have my own song. Yes,
Holy.
made and performed by the Samantha Lee.
It is. It's a keeping
It was
it
only the
spicy.
second or third YouTube channel song she'd ever made for someone.
I think it was.
You know, Crazy
Oh,
Ann was the
man.
first.
No, wasn't Styes?
Was
Or
Styes
was
the
it Ann?
first?
No, maybe it was Ann's then Styes. I can't remember. I'll have to go back and look. He might
Yeah.
be right. It might have been Ann's then Styes.
We were the first three. Either way you go, I think Ann was.
Yeah.
I think Ann was first. I think Sty was
You
second.
guys
And
were
mine
kind of
was
like
third.
back to back.
But as soon as I saw Ann's song, I was like, Ann, I can't ask Sam to do this song for me. So would you ask her for me? 'Cause I can't
You're
ask her."
right. She did come to me. She goes, Phil wants one. I was like,
Yeah,
okay. I can do it.
exactly.
Yeah, that was funny.
So we're gonna hear it.
I guess I can play it. I just painted my fucking nails. All right.
Which one we gonna do?
Phil's
Well, we
song. Okay.
We need the little thing that.
Everybody mute. Mute.
Yes, I know a man, and his name is Phil. He keeps it spicy, he keeps it real. I'm on YouTube Live, I turn it on just after 5, keeping it spicy. And hanging with Phil, yeah, keeping it spicy. Ain't that the deal? You're sure to have a grand old time when everything spicy comes online. He likes the Reapers, or so it seems, and I hear he is an ex-Marine. If you like peppers and hanging with friends, well, everything spicy will be on again. Keeping it spicy and hanging with Phil, yeah, keeping it spicy. Ain't that the deal? You're sure to have a grand old time when everything spicy comes online. There you go. That's Phil's song.
That's mine. I like it.
We're muted.
Now they can hear you.
We were muted. Sorry.
And I was waiting for this to be some kind of like mockery song towards Phil. I was like just waiting. It was like, oh
No,
no,
it's
it's
not.
actually,
It's like
it was
a
actually like
jingle.
seriously done. I was like, oh, that's awesome.
Like a catchy little jingle.
Yeah. Oh, good. Wow.
If
No,
you decide to,
Mine.
Monday.
Green. Okay. There it is. I just need to know the first part of it. Link. Hang on, guys. I'm trying to multitask here. Okay. You drink you have the StreamYard link. So if you go home and you click the link on an appropriate browser,
Teaching them.
it will let you join. And when I see you in the basement, I will ban you. No, I'm sorry.
bring you up.
Bring you up.
So Crazy Ann, you hear that? I'm going home. I'm going to join, but I expect to see you up there too.
Now, here's the deal, Crazy Ann. He doesn't have chicken cock at his house.
I don't. Sorry.
I understand chicken cock is very small.
Yeah.
Yep. And what I have left
And
of
nobody
it,
really wants
this
any
bottle
chicken
is
cock.
very small.
Chicken
because-
cock is very strong, though.
It's not strong. Yeah, well, when you drink like a gallon of it, it's I mean,
Chicken cock.
What's up, goddamn bacon?
Yeah.
That's
now,
all
if
she
you're
does,
watching
bacon.
it,
That's all she does is
Probably.
make up all her own
Probably.
songs.
Okay.
I think it's
Color the
a
way.
release
Everybody.
for Samantha. She let her express herself and let her get things that are you feel it inside, outside of her body.
Yeah.
It's definitely my therapy. It's definitely.
I'm gonna pour. I can pour you a sample.
No.
No, you don't want.
No.
We've already had 4 plus 5 plus 6.
Well, I was going to say though, if you wanted to take a sample home, you're in the safety of your own home. You can.
That's cool.
Okay. All right.
You're in the safety of your own home. Unless you're married, then you're never safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's married. So,
I'll leave the chicken cock over here.
yeah.
That sounds wrong.
I was going to just give him the rest of the bottle.
He lives on a very large farm.
Very large.
He's
Very
a
large farm.
Yeah, you walk over and ask my wife. She wants to try some chicken cock.
Yeah, look, he's earned it anyway.
There you go.
80% of that's his.
Is that
Here.
kind of full?
Yeah.
Full?
And
you
you,
It was
Joe,
up
you-
here.
Oh my God.
you've
Grab
Long
your
old
chicken
bourbon
cock
on
and go home.
Yeah.
Staged that video where you fell.
Joe, you've got the cock in hand now, man. You've got the cock
You
award.
got the cock in
matter.
hand.
Cock in hand.
Take that with you.
Put
All
your
right,
cock
everybody.
in, put
Have
your
a
cock
good
in your
weekend.
hand and walk out. That's all I gotta
See you,
say.
Joe.
Have a good one.
See you, Joe. Cheers.
Later.
Yeah,
Put the
you
chicken
can have
cock in
that.
your hand and walk away.
Thank you. You're welcome. And put that on your shelf. And if
Yep.
crazy, if you succumb to the,
Don't succumb to
Buster's,
chicken cock.
you know,
Never.
Just
you
say
know,
no.
That's just
that's
wrong.
on you. But that's your bottle right there.
There's not enough alcohol to succumb to chicken cock.
Yeah.
What's up, Lazy Nate?
Now and
Lazy Nate.
what am I gonna move
Pistol,
up?
y'all.
Oh, okay. Here's one.
So
I'm
Jody
gonna
is
grab
up.
a bottle from down
Now-
here and move it into
Now,
the.
Jody, you were talking the other night about the different bourbons, and Benchmark is a step below Buffalo Trace by the same company. So is
Yep.
it for $22-23 is Benchmark worth just having back here on the shelf?
Well, here benchmark is $10.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I don't know. $10.
Yeah, to me,
It's
I
like
put it,
McCormick's.
this is what I put it against. I put it against Jim Beam, Jack Daniels, and Evan Williams, and it won the night.
Yeah.
But those are the base 80 proof, or the 40-80s.
Is that what benchmark is? Is it 80?
Yeah, 40-80, 40%, 80 proof.
I don't know. I can't see Phil doing 80 proof because he does 8 million Scoville units.
Well,
Hey, you don't start off. You work your way up as the evening goes along. Right?
here's what you
I
get.
know, but you take on more burn than a whiskey could ever produce.
Well, no. But
Yeah.
here's the deal with Benchmark. You get apple, vanilla, and caramel, and that's it.
Holy.
That's it. You get 3 notes out of it. And that's all you get out of some of these other 40-80 bourbons. But I like the notes better.
I've heard good things about Benchmark. I did not know it was 80 proof, mind you.
It
but I
is
heard good things.
weak.
So Phil, can you get anything Old Grandad, even Old Grandad 114?
Yeah, they got Old Grandad.
That one,
The bottle and bond.
yeah, that's good. I like.
Oh yeah, but
Is
that's
that good?
totally different.
That's at our Meyer.
No, but that's a bottle I'll always keep on my shelf because it's cheap and it's like it's like a poor man's version of Booker's.
I love my early times.
Yeah.
That's right. That's the problem is I just keep buying the early times.
Yeah, I would get Old Grandad bottle and bond.
Yeah, the
I'm
114.
trying to find a 114 for myself.
Yeah, I was going to say
really good.
the 114 I think is better than the bottle. Well,
I mean, it probably is. I want to get. It's actually like less than $30. I think 114 is.
oh yeah, it's cheap.
Yeah. But everybody says it's a step up from bottle and bond.
Yep.
But it's also it will give you the peanut note that you like with Booker's and that.
Yeah.
I don't say Beam. I don't say the peanut note for
All right.
Beam.
All right, Joe's going to pop up here in a little bit. He's going to pop up on this panel.
You said 113, right?
Yeah, 114.
114.
Yeah, old Grandad. Yeah, it's Old Grandad still 114.
It's on my list now.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
it's
I wouldn't call it
$30
peanut.
bottle.
I call it a nutty note, but I think it's more like a cross between a walnut and macadamia nut or something. You know what the note you get? I don't know.
Cody, you don't know your nuts from your ass, man.
I know.
You know,
Well, I have a lot of nuts that come out. No, I was kidding.
no. So, like what I look at, like say for like I don't know how many hundred people tell me this, and I still like Granny's Batch. I don't care.
Like what?
They always say, well, I like Granny's Batch, Booker's.
Okay.
And people always say, well, I'll pay $40 for Knob Creek over $90 for Granny's Batch. It's like there's a way different profile there. Than,
Oh my God! Yes,
so
there
Granny's
is.
Batch has that peanut shell kind of and peanut brittle taste to it.
Now the peanut brittle, I'll give you. Yeah.
And so that's why I like Granny's Batch so much. And then Old Grandad bottle and bond has a low key note similar to that, like really low key, but it's there. You can catch it.
You got to highlight the goddamn Bacon's comment.
Let's see.
Bottle, I've been willing bottle and
My
bond.
new house bourbons and new bottle and bond.
Get by the handle.
Yep, you can.
I've been willing.
Any bourbon or whiskey that has a handle on it.
Yeah. Well, and my thing is, Evan Williams is a high corn, and I'm not a big fan. But again, I don't judge, and whatever suits your fancy. But I don't like the higher corn count.
But I would say, like somebody like say Phil, if you're asking for a shelf keeper all the time, just the cheap shelf keeper, Evan Williams bottle and bond
I've
is
got a bottle
good
and
shelf.
bond. I got Evan Williams bottle and bond back there. I'm pretty sure still.
It's something that you can just grab, and you're not going to just be disappointed when you
Yeah,
pour
it's
it.
$22-23. I mean, you're not.
Andrew
Yeah.
Baker, how's it going?
Yeah, you know, you're not. It's just if you just feel like having a pour, that's one of the bottles you just have a pour with.
Yep.
It's like, good.
Yeah, like I don't have enough to select from, but
Right.
No, that's not.
Yeah, well, when you're doing YouTube live in front of everybody, you're doing a little bit of your better stuff. When you're in the chat and you're chatting with people, and someone else is live, then you probably
I drink
something
more.
that's,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
That's like tonight. I'm actually breaking out bottles that I haven't drank in a while. Like, the bottles I've been showing you, I'm not drinking them, but I am drinking the High West Angel's Envy. I am going to do the old Ezra 7 because we talked about it because I haven't had it in a while.
You know what? That High West, the plane, because they make a bunch of different versions of High West. And the American Prairie Bourbon is the one that I like the best.
Yeah, but you've got to get acquired taste for campfire.
Yeah, well, that's why I like it though. You know?
It's like ashes. It's
Yep.
not like campfire. It's like campfire ash.
I don't know when I'm going to finish this off though.
It's like you wake up or it's like, but here's the deal though. I have to tell this little story. I grew up deer hunting, and we would get up in the morning, someone would stoke up the fire, okay? And it would be before daylight. We would make biscuits and bacon and stuff, and we would eat a little bit, and then we would go get on the deer stand. And we were trying to make it to the deer stand before daylight. And we had this fire going because, we stoked it up that morning. And then we hunt until like 10. So you're talking about 5 hours of daylight. And we hunt to like the 10:30, and we start getting hungry. We come back in. And that campfire is ash. I mean, it's like coals, like just burnt down. And I think for me, the high plains speaks to me in that way. And it brings back these memories of when we were coming back off the stand, whether you got a deer or not, you come back and we're getting ready for lunch. And it just reminds me of my childhood, and so I like it. But I don't judge anybody. If people don't like it, it just doesn't speak to them,
Oh, for sure. Oh, so Uncle Deadhead's asking about, just picked up a bottle of Old Soul High Rye. Any thoughts on what to expect? I've never had it myself.
Well, here's my deal with Old Soul. I call it Dead Soul. I mean, Old Soul.
Yeah, there you go.
Old Perfect Soul is okay. I call it No Soul, actually. But there's I've never had a good Old Soul. I just haven't. Now that's me, again.
Hey, that's not fair. Joe just left. Like, come on, give him a break.
I'm plugging Joe's mic in over here.
I think I need to put another shelf in my down in my area down here. Although I don't want to emphasize how much bourbon and whiskey I got to my wife. She knows what's going on, but I don't think she knows to the degree of how many bottles I have down here.
I still haven't figured out the answer as to why we buy so much. It's nice to taste every different one.
Because you want something you don't want before that other people say that you should have.
Wow.
I mean, and then my biggest thing is always wanting to go to a place and find something I can't find anywhere else.
Yeah.
Or in the case of Meyer or a place like that, get it for a price that no one else can get it for.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal too: is Cindy sent me a sample of that, or gave me a sample of that OCD 5. Oh my God, that marshmallow s'more!
Oh, I love that.
Shit, and I'm getting a bottle of it now because that's what I'm looking for. Is like bourbon that will wow you,
Well, I had never had Alex and I probably never heard this story. I was down in Nashville with Saucy Shane and Cindy and her husband and Jimmy and his wife Marcedel, and we went into a place, a whiskey place, and I bought a bottle of OCD. Never heard of it. OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, number 5. I thought, you know what, the bottle looks cool. Everything else, everybody else is buying all sorts of other things. I bought that, and we passed that around one night.
A hairdryer thing.
And a hairdryer. Well, we're in a Nashville, hotel, and you can't take that. You can't walk out there in the where you're dining with a bottle of bourbon. So I took the hairdryer out of the sack. I put the bourbon in that, and we went out there and we kind of passed it around. We got outside, kind of passed it around, and that was some good stuff.
Man, that's a marshmallow s'more bomb right there.
That was amazing.
So who makes it, or who is it? Like just a source?
OCD. What is it? The OCD actually sound something distillery. What does that OCD stand for?
Probably old.
Well,
but it's old out of your mouth lately. What's going on here, Jody?
I don't know, old. Well, usually in whiskey, the O is old.
Right? Yeah, just old.
Old.
Yeah.
Something distillery.
Yeah. Ornery.
Obfuscated. See that just doesn't sell. That doesn't sell whiskey.
Yeah, does it just go wham?
Yeah.
Ooh, this old Ezra 7, man. And I haven't had it in a while. It's nice.
Yeah.
Like orange peels and
Oh yeah.
caramel, butterscotch, your normal brown sugars. But it's like orange peel. You can get like fruit.
It says
Yeah,
it's a
little
Glen
citrus
Creek
pop in there,
distillery
yeah,
bourbon.
like that. What's that?
It says it's a Glens Creek distillery bourbon, but I want to think OCD stood for it. God damn it!
It could be. It could be a source. Like it could be an NGP or whatever,
Could be.
Martin, whatever.
Well, and I haven't looked into it, so I don't know if they're like they call it an NDP, which is a non-distilling producer, which means typically they buy their bourbon from MGP and then they age it and do things, cut it, blend it, bottle it, whatever.
That's because you could do. That's usually the bottles in the back, right? We like Indiana.
Yep, sourced from Indiana. And you'll never see a Kentucky straight, but the word Kentucky legally doesn't have to be in there. Legally, it's a straight bourbon whiskey, as long as it's made to the parameters and aged the appropriate amount of time, which is minimum of 2 years.
Yeah.
And but MGP, you'll just see straight bourbon whiskey on it, which means they aged it for at least 2 years.
Yeah. Otter Creek.
That's all I'm getting is Glen Creek Distilling.
Well, the Shane bourbon.
And it is cask strength.
The what was Lord Sloan? Shane Long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From
Storytime.
That's Cat's Eye bourbon. That Obtanian.
Yep.
That's Cat's Eye, and then they finished it in
Nassif too. They did, and that's the same Cat's Eye.
Yep. And so they finished it in like what was it? Bourbon or beer barrels, the stout barrels or whatever. Oh my God, though, the flavors you get.
Phil, does this look familiar? This logo?
Switch to origins and history.
No, that's OCD. The OCD. It's actually Ottercraft Distillery.
Ottercraft.
So OCD.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked it up.
Ottercraft Distillery.
No, MGP. Here's the deal, Peter White.
I'm gonna try those one of these.
MGP makes some good freaking juice.
No,
as a base. But there's a lot that these NDPs can do to it to make it shine. And some of them do it well, some of them don't. And
Old Crow, there it is. Old Crow Distillery. God damn it. I knew it.
Old Crow
OCD. Old Crow Distillery.
I knew the O stood for old. See? I'm not totally.
I knew it was something that was, I just couldn't think of it.
Oh, I found another one. OCD whiskey, but it's Ottercraft. Otter.
I knew that deadhead. I just couldn't bring it to my head.
$180
for
500 mils. Holy. You're right. OCD whiskey. This is not the same one, but it's $180 for a 30-month aged 500 mil whiskey. No thanks.
That's not even 3 years.
No.
What's special about it?
They want to make money.
Yeah, obviously.
Don't we all?
Holy man. Wow. Oh, the owner of Glens Creek.
Wow, that OCD number 5. I'm going to bring this up because I have not looked it up. I was only going off the nose and palate, and I have that little sample up here, and I'm getting another bottle of it because it is a s'more bomb. That was awesome, Phil. I've got one coming. Hang on.
Old Crow.
Yeah, I wish I could get it here in Michigan.
See, you're like my dad when he buys cigars. You just stumbled on that and was like, yeah, fuck it.
It
I'll
was
buy
stupid.
it.
It was stupid.
And everybody loved it.
We all loved it. Hell, you were talking about you paid 20-some bucks for a bottle of Pappy's or $20 for a shot of Pappy's. When we were in Nashville, I paid $22 for a pour of Bullet because it was July. It was July 5th or July 6th. We were there right after the 4th of July weekend or 4th of July thing.
Nice. You could have bought a bottle of Bullet for that price.
Practically, yeah. Me and Jimmy both. We were in the hotel, and it was just like, all right, whatever. We're on vacation. On vacation.
Yep.
Of course, everything in the bars down there at that point in time was expensive too.
Yeah.
Again, we got there the day after the 4th of July, where they can charge whatever the fuck they want.
Yep.
So.
Oh, here's Joe.
Oh, he looks like a whole different person in that camera, man.
Yeah.
What's up, Joe?
Hey, Joe.
We can't hear you though.
You got a mic, bro? Bro, Joe?
Let me unmute. That might help.
There you go.
I was going to say, do you even mic?
At least he still doesn't have YouTube up. At least he still doesn't have YouTube up. That's good.
So
he made it home. He should have been home 10 minutes ago, but he made it.
How many times did you fall on the way there?
No, not this time. Sorry.
Okay.
Let's see the knees of your jeans. Come on.
Yeah.
Knees of your jeans.
Oh.
Using yeast found in one of the old original fermentation tanks.
So she's Crazy Ann isn't on yet.
No, where you at, Crazy Ann? Joe's here now. Now you have to come up, Crazy Ann.
Yeah,
Joe said if he came up at home, you had to come up. So
get up here, sissy.
There you go.
Yeah, Peter White, that is. Makes blue
girl.
Reasonably priced.
I have to shout this out though. Wait, I have to look up Google Maps. Hang on.
There it is. There, she's asking for the link.
Yeah.
Jody.
All right. I'm
gotta watch. As long as Crazy Ann's not Call of Duty crazy right now.
I tell you, Crazy Ann, her last hair color that she's been keeping, that's by far the best hair color for her.
Let's see.
The red.
Oh, I love it.
There's Market.
It looks good on her.
It does.
No, that's not it.
If she was too afraid with like the brown, she would look like her mom.
If you're not giving her a link yet, I'll send it to her.
Well, send it to her, please.
I'll send it to her.
Because I'm trying to look up this liquor store that sells.
Yeah, you can always just put it in the chat, bro.
I did it earlier. She could scroll. Yeah. Evergreen.
Current owner David Meyer purchased a long abandoned Oak Crow distillery.
Oh, that's the wrong
yeast
one.
found in one of the old original fermentation tanks created.
I got it.
Okay,
that's amazing.
Yep, I got it.
Jody is
the second one, girl.
I wish I could get more of that.
If you go to Louisville, Kentucky, and go to the Nulu district in Louisville, and go to Market Street, there's an Evergreen liquor store, and they have a bourbon tasting bar in the liquor store where you can buy shots, very reasonably priced considering. Crazy Ann, I was looking up something to bring people things of value on this channel, and Evergreen Liquors on Market Street and Nulu, you can get Pappy Van Winkle 21, 23, whatever the hell you want. It's about $20 to $25 a shot, a pour, 1 ounce.
Hey, Vanessa. Hey, Max.
You can get all the EH Taylors. You can get the Stags. You can get.
And
whatever.
it's the second link I sent you because I sent you two. I sent the first one I sent you was not it. Oh, she's in the basement, Jody.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now I'm being slow. Now I'm being slow. But I was.
Hey,
Praise the Lord.
what's up? Looking like Jessica Rabbit, you sexy ass.
You need glasses, girl.
How you doing? That's all right.
Sexy though.
Crazy Ann, is your Call of Duty attitude put to the side right now? Just wanted to know.
Well, I've been playing today, but just me alone. So yeah.
No, but see what it
Still
is.
look hot to me.
You don't understand. She has to get that out of her system so she doesn't dominate you when the time comes. You know.
Yeah, you don't want to be dominated by Crazy Ann. Holy shit.
You know.
That's some scary shit.
It can get pretty rough.
Yeah.
Vanessa Kitty, hello.
Oh Jesus!
All right, Joe. Joe has the chicken cock.
Oh, you better pour some, Joe. Come up just for you now.
Oh, all right.
Nate wants one too.
Twist my arm.
I knew
I'll
this
get Nate.
would happen. That's why I sent it home with him.
Joe, you can't fall anywhere now. You're good.
I know. Right.
All you can do is fall asleep.
Well, out of that chair, but still, that's not far to go.
You're still
I
home.
could stumble in the bedroom and fall into bed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Good. Yeah.
Be right back.
All right. Chicken
There
cock.
you go, Nate.
Go get your cock.
That was a $65 bottle of chicken cock. There you go. You got it. That's yours.
Oh, there you go. Oh.
The other light switch.
No link for me.
Poor Nate.
Oh
How
wait.
you doing,
Oh
Ann?
wait. I'll post whatever.
I sent him one.
Well, I'm posting it here. I don't have to bring.
I already took care of it. You goofball.
Well, I don't have to bring people up out of the basement. I can post the link.
Oh, there you go.
Still.
Everyone can come.
I don't just bring people up. Hell, I kicked Fulton off earlier because 3 nights in a row he had echo going.
Yeah, you need a new headset or something.
Yeah, if you're a female now and you're not already on the panel and you come up, you have to be able to show your rack.
Hey, if I don't know you and you show your boobs, I'll bring it right up.
Excuse you?
Is that how I got in?
If I were next to him right now,
Is that how I got in here, Jody? When I lifted
Yeah,
my
yeah.
my shirt for some reason.
I mean, they were, you know.
That's how I got in here. I had to show Bourbon Bounty my rack in the basement.
Now, wow, dude. Lazy Nate, man, that's some hairy nipples, man. But I'll bring you up anyway.
Oh, there you go. Mr. Nate.
He got
Hey, Nate.
fur balls.
what's up, Nate?
I am tuckered out.
You are you?
You
Yeah.
had fun?
You're indoors. That's good.
Well,
Oh, Bacon, thanks for sending Max over. That's really
All right,
cool.
Max Paws. You know what? We're gonna suck you in, man. This is a good channel.
okay, Max balls and sucking in just don't
That's
go
to be
together in
determined.
the same sentence.
Yeah, we'll pull you over to the dark side, man. Come on. Only
Jody.
red lightsabers over here. There's no green and blue.
Jody, is Uncle Deadhead's comment on the exam? Because I've studied
I
it
have
like
green,
40
blue, and
times
purple.
now.
Current owner.
Oh,
Oh, is that? Did I leave something up there?
Did you
Yeah, is
put
it on
Joe
the
in
exam?
basement?
No, there. I've learned to click on a new comment and take it back down. I forget, man. I
Did
forget.
you put Joe in the basement or did he click himself off?
What?
He's
Joe
learning
gone.
right now. He's
Joe
learning.
left.
Joe left?
Well, is he in the basement?
No, I don't see him.
He's learning.
It was the same time he was clicking on something, so maybe he
Oh
clicked
my God, Joe clicked on the wrong thing. He's like my dad. My dad, I'll send him. We'll be talking on the phone. I'm talking about Big Daddy H. Now, here's the deal. And if he's still in the chat, he will verify this. we'll be chatting on the phone and we'll be having a conversation. He's like, oh, this and this and this. Yeah, let me send you a picture. And I'll send it to him and he will fucking hang up on me every goddamn time. And I count to 30, give him a chance to look at the picture, and then I call him back.
I'll stay way over here now. It's like,
we're all guilty of pushing the wrong button.
Well, Joe's back.
Welcome
Here I
back,
am.
Joe.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you know what, Mac?
Down
I don't
talking
know.
My
all
favorite.
this shit.
Enjoy your chicken, sir.
Cheers.
Cheers.
years.
Quit
I'll tell
playing
you
with your
what.
chicken cock.
We'll do this. There, now they're wait,
Yeah.
best PVMA. We're gonna put it there, middle. There you go.
Make sure to press it.
Center of
I will be
attention.
on top either way, Sam.
You should almost make that a transparency if you can.
This is a very dysfunctional family. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely got the right
It
person
is
in the middle, though.
Hey, don't hide. I like to see you. How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
And if y'all get tired of being in that position, I
You're
can
making my cheeks red.
Oh, me on top.
That's
Who
right.
gets chicks in
What?
there, Smithy?
You just hit Joe in the head there, crazy Ann.
Really?
I tried to hit
No.
her, man, but that didn't work.
Yeah. Look at this, a dent in his hat right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Both sides.
Two of them.
I'm trying to knock Sam.
Bacon says, y'all got the dysfunctional part right. All right.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. My mom says I'm
Yes.
special.
We know what we are. We know what we aren't.
I'm all.
My mom says I'm crazy, so
All
I
right,
don't.
hang on. one second.
What is functional anymore, though? I'm sorry.
I don't
What's normal?
All right,
People that appear functional are probably the most dysfunctional.
Yes.
all right,
Yes.
Fulton, you have 30 seconds. 28.
You're starting off
Hey.
great, bro.
Johnny.
Yeah,
Hey,
Hey,
Fulton.
man, your audio's bad. dude.
You need new headset.
Exactly.
I guess you're
Snap, crackle, pop. Fulton
Yeah,
needs some
but
earbuds.
we can't understand you, man. It's just crackle pop, dude. You're like the cereal, snap, crackle.
Freaking Rice Krispies commercial.
Yeah.
Tell your mom to get off the $5 internet and upgrade.
Man.
He needs some new earbuds or something.
It ain't the earbuds. The earbuds got nothing to do with that. The fact that he's frozen.
Sometimes so. Well, no, it was like the static sound.
Yeah.
Static sound, but he's frozen half the damn time. And he's
I know, but if we can hear him,
he's always not been good as far as his connection, but lately it's been worse.
Yeah.
All he needs is to even just to buy an Ethernet cable if he wants to come on and just plug it in, just for the time being online.
But he walks around with his phone like down at his groin.
Oh, he's
area.
using his phone. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought he was using a laptop or something. The minute I wired, well, actually, this new computer I have to be wired. This is huge.
No, if you're on here and you seeing Fulton, he's doing this.
Oh, okay.
And what's the AARP commercial where they're trying to get people to buy the cheap phones or whatever?
Jitterbug.
Consumer Cellular. It does everything I need it to do. That's what I think of when I bring him up here.
Yeah, I've got this thing here I got for my birthday. This friggin' computer, this monster.
That looks like one of my kids' computers.
Yeah, well, I'm young at heart, okay, Phil? So fuck
Okay, I'm just saying they're all gaming down here. I just got this dumb laptop.
Well, I used to have that, and now I got this right here. Like, this,
Look at all this garbage over here. I mean,
this is a
jerky
35 inch.
Yeah.
I do have the casting couch
That's all
over
I
here.
have.
If you want to be part of the channel, there is a casting couch.
Put away your damn Mac. Like,
That's all I have.
Here, let me see how can this camera, if I move it over here, get me out of the. Nope, I'm still holding the box. Here we go.
Fucking M1 Max chip. I don't know. It's crazy.
Don't worry, Jody. I'll hold this to be parental controlled. Don't worry about that.
I know you will. You know what? Joe is gonna go like
That's right in his
total
face.
off the rail, man.
Yeah, just lean to the right, Joe. That way your
just like
face will
this.
be covered. There you go.
There you go.
Now, right, move your chair over. Just move your chair over.
Take us through the TVMA, Joe. Come on.
Okay, here we go.
Face is TAVMA.
Other way.
I didn't mean to take it. Yeah, the other way.
TV for
There you
masturbating
go.
audiences only. There you go.
It's backwards. It's
Yeah,
so
StreamYard is
awesome.
backwards.
It is
Zoom-
very
Zoom is
confusing.
right. Zoom is normal.
So
StreamYard
yeah,
is backwards.
if I want to point to Jody, who's on my
Yeah,
left,
it's like I want to point
I
to
would
Anna.
have
just
to
as
use
this.
my right hand.
Hey, don't point at me.
I'm pointing the other direction, but that's Sam right there.
But up, it's still
Yep.
not down. So it's still we're okay.
But hey,
I'm
Joe,
looking at Jody over here, but I point.
But I've been doing this so long on StreamYard. It's like, yeah, you just whatever looks right, do the opposite.
do the opposite.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe.
Isn't that how you run your life, Phil? I
Exactly.
think it's
shit.
right.
If that's
Right,
right,
I'm
you
gonna
do
do
the
it.
opposite.
Do it.
It's probably the right way.
Hang
Probably
on.
have way less mistakes if we did run our lives that way.
Yeah, I know.
Well, Joe is by the TVMA. So Joe, give us a what the fuck, man? Come on.
Joe is cherishing.
I got a call from a buddy in California.
Uh-huh.
$5.35 a gallon for gas.
Wow.
Holy shit!
Now,
I saw that 20 years ago.
in that with
We did.
what the fuck? Because we're
Yeah.
on TVMA. You can say it.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the
Holy potato!
I mean, here we're $3.38 last time I looked.
Well, it's $3.89 here in Michigan, and our highest we ever saw was about 20 years ago, and it was $5 a gallon.
Yeah, it was like I heard on the news
my
news
God.
today. They were saying somewhere in California it was like $7 a gallon.
Yeah,
Like that's crazy.
Yep.
Like we're
they got a
sitting
lot
at
more taxes out there on their gas.
we are sitting at almost 180 a liter.
Wow.
$1.80
Well,
a liter.
I
So
know,
don't
but
how that
y'all
works
live
out.
in those metric
Yeah,
countries.
yeah. What
And-
liter?
Sorry,
Come
I'm not American. We don't measure in millimeters. Just kidding.
Yeah,
Oh, you do measure in millimeters. That's what
You
I'm
know,
saying.
Yeah,
I'm ordered to.
it's $4.29 per gallon right now.
Yeah, but you guys don't realize when I
Alaska.
say when I'm packing 400 millimeters, that sounds really big.
Okay, I'm gonna make this announcement right quick. I have to
Bigger
go
number than
pee.
4.
I have to wait, listen now. I have to go pee, so I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna go off camera. But I'm gonna leave you with this first.
Oh, right.
There you go, Raven. What's up?
Fuck
Not
you,
a whole
Raven.
lot.
Ah, there you
Phil,
go.
it's $4.29.
Sorry, that doesn't work.
You said it was
The only
three
person
there?
who can say that is me. Is
That
Ruby.
doesn't work.
Travis.
Hey, Raven.
What's up,
Go fuck
Raven?
yourself, Raven.
I am doing okay.
It's a crazy
Phil, how much did you say gas was where you are at?
Who, me?
$3.89 a gallon.
Ours is $4.29 and $4.55, $4.59 at other locations. That's freaking
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
It is. I agree.
Why is it so much higher up here? What the fuck?
More state tax.
Ours is like over $2.
We have a lot of state tax in ours, so you go down to
Dan, is
Ohio,
yours-
it's
is
like
yours
20 cents
liters
a
or
gallon
gallons?
cheaper.
A liter.
Oh,
See,
okay, so
bacon's
yeah,
the
you're
same.
as us.
Yeah,
So
so
bacon and I are the same too.
Yeah. Over $2
Yeah.
a liter up here
A
now.
lot of
Yeah,
it has to
it's-
do with
Wow.
state tax.
Closer to $5 here nowadays. No, damn it.
That's crazy.
Ah.
Last has got to pay that. Last has got to pay that payout for their
It's
gas.
bullshit. No,
Well,
we barely get a payout though anymore. Like it ain't that big nowadays. Like they're robbing us of that too. It's
Story of my life.
just horseshit.
And
Story
you
of
guys
my
pump
life.
it
It
all
just
up there.
ain't that big anymore. The
It
story of my
ain't
life.
that big, Samantha.
Story of my
I
life.
know.
It's my sad truth.
You know what I'm saying? We're being
I
it
know
is.
what you're saying.
fucking crooks, man.
It is.
Well, the lowest gas prices we have here is like
Perverts.
$3.59.
3.59. It ain't that big.
Quit talking about me, Ann. Come on, I'm right here.
Well, I know.
Damn.
I seen you, Mankini.
Yeah.
Everybody has seen the Mankinis.
Well, I seen more
I-
than most others have
I-
done this.
Hey man, I sported a mankini for a whole show. They're not the most comfortable.
No,
footwear.
no, they're not.
No.
What
There's nothing-
color was it?
I did red for Canada. So
Oh, nice.
we were on with Ken on Ken's Scotch Down Under channel. We did the prostate cancer. We raised, what did we raise that day? I can't remember what we did. We did quite a bit of money. But
I want to see that.
You can. He's got it on his Scotch Down Under.
Okay.
And it was funny, old man Joe. So we were all so we had to wear shorts. That was Scott's Ken's thing. He didn't want us to, like, we had our mankinis over our shorts because he didn't want anything.
Oh,
That's
you
the way
gotta
he
have a
runs.
little.
No, but we were all like shirtless with these mankinis, right? Like there's no covering, like your nipple slips all the time. But anyhow,
Oh, yeah.
old man Joe, right at the end of it, he had little black shorts on the whole time with his mankini, right? But at the end, he gets up out of his chair to go answer his door. He's just bare assed. I was like, oh my god, he's so funny, man.
I was going to say, if there's no fur showing, you're not doing it right.
No, man. When we got to $1,000, I went on this thing with the mankini on. It was a good thing I'm wearing shorts because that's a lot of jiggling.
Well,
Well,
it's either fur
Phil's
or
got to
shade.
show off, or do you have to burp?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, you farted. That's what it was.
You know what? We all made each other feel comfortable out there. It was a wicked sausage fest. I mean, with mankinis, but it was a lot of
Yeah, sausage, but it was sausage either way.
Yeah, but it was for prostate cancer, so it was all good. It turned out
Damn
well.
it, Ann. We miss out on all the good shit, don't we?
Yep.
You're what we looked like in mankinis is like melting marshmallows. Like we're not Buffy, we're puffy. Like, we're not buff, man.
Hey, puff, baby.
Like Michelin man, right? Yeah,
I don't even know if the muscly guys or like the cut dudes look good in bikinis. I'm sorry, I don't think any.
Oh no, that's what I said to my wife when I got when I got it in the mail. Right, it was just in this tiny little package. It was just like it looked like an oversized person's underwear.
Yeah.
Go.
Parachute panties.
Yeah. It was so funny. And I said to my wife, I put it on, right? I said to my wife, if I was even buff and jacked, I said, I don't think I could rock this right now. Like it's like it's the most awkward thing to wear in my life. Like
Phil's
things just
rocked the
fell out.
mankini before too.
Everything falls out of those things. Like I don't care where you are, man.
Yep. We've got Phil. who
I don't know where
has-
And Phil, if you
Phil's
had a
got
mankini on, where do you put your wallet?
On the counter.
Yeah.
I was just making sure Joe was here because we have the same.
Joe, you got a bird back there?
No,
Oh.
a telescope.
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay.
Under a trench coat.
Yeah,
That was back in the days when you used to be a flasher.
yeah, that's what came with it. So
All right, I won't put him on the spot. I was going to let Crazy running day. You need more. I mean, the funny thing though was Crazy Ann. I went back and watched the replay, and every time I went to the bathroom, she was like, "Joe, take another shot, do this." And one time I went to the bathroom, she goes, "Hey Joe, you need another cock." And Cindy freaking lost it. I mean, that was hilarious. That was hilarious.
Sound better
yeah,
than
it was pretty funny.
I had fun.
Someone's dog's barking.
Not mine.
That's me.
Mine are asleep.
Oh, is that 2.5 ounce dog?
Yeah.
Oh, it's got a big bark.
Mine sleeping and farting. So
Oh, my.
Man, Look how big Super Floof's getting.
Yeah,
Hang
I'm
on.
waiting to see her. Like,
Hang on. I'm gonna show you.
Holy
God.
Just legs and paws. Like holy.
She's only 6 months old. No big deal.
4 months.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I was just being funny.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4 months old. She's
And look
a
at,
Super Floof.
her paws are bigger than my 16-ounce beer cans.
She's
Yeah, get
a
it.
she's a big girl.
Yeah, get it right, Nate. She's just.
Oh,
born
there's
like
that.
3
There's
weeks
that
ago.
little.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
We got the
Like,
little
come on
people
now.
there.
Are you going to show your hamster that's shaped like a dog, Joe?
Your hamster.
Oh, the little one? He ain't here. He's sleeping somewhere.
No, I was talking about Joe.
Joe.
Did you get your dog? Oh, there it
Oh,
is.
See, that looks like Chase, but white.
Yeah.
That's
Doesn't
what's
want to
underneath.
be on camera. Just
You guys
says,
didn't
Oh,
realize that
cute.
that's what's under Joe's hat all the time.
He's shy.
That is a one tiny dog.
I put him in a bag in Las Vegas, and I was carrying him around.
A satchel.
What's his name?
A man
Bean.
satchel.
What's that?
Bean. B-E-A.
Bean? Oh,
Yeah.
just like
Mr. Bean.
yeah.
Mr. Bean.
Bean on the bay. He
That's
got
what,
it.
yeah.
Mr.
You
Bean
know
is my
another
hero,
bean
Hi,
man.
dog.
Bean.
Bean. Boy.
He's Stein North has a son, and that dog is Bean, and he has his own Facebook page.
I mean,
Oh, yeah?
Does Bean popular?
when I saw the dog, I was like, "Oh, the lab rat lost his tail." It's okay.
That is a Chihuahua, right?
Mhm.
It's
Nick.
52% Chihuahua.
Yeah.
It's
52%.
18% Poodle. There's Cocker Spaniel, Pointer, and Hound and Dachshund.
Boy,
All
it
mixed
has
in
way more.
That's one hell of a mixed up burrito.
Yeah, that's way more Chihuahua in it than that, though. Like,
yeah, it does look like a big old chihuahua.
I guess they call that Michoacan.
Yeah, but the tail's different.
Alex, you got that one.
Yeah.
It's not just a place in Mexico, man.
It's an animal.
it's a desert.
Look,
in-
Chase, there's a little friend. Say hi.
Oh, look at you. It's like
Say
a
hi to your little friend. Say hi.
not like a
Whoa,
not
how
like a
old's your
Chihuahua
dog, man?
pincer.
How what?
This is Chase is 60% Chihuahua,
They got Doberman
40%
colors.
wiener dog. So he's a Chiweenie, but he's got more Chihuahua in him than he
Looks
does
like
wiener
more of a
dog. Huh.
Doberman side.
He's a
feel like-
Chiweenie.
I feel like women used to tell me that you got a Chiweenie.
Yeah,
So-
that's what he is.
So, Sam, either you're 3 foot tall or his dog's smaller than yours.
I'm 5'4".
Yeah,
No, but Chihuahuas are usually a little bit bigger than Chihuahua.
yeah.
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
So, how old is your dog, Joe?
7.
Yeah, that's full freaking grown right there. That's just, the only thing they're going to do is bulge out in spots they don't want to, just like the rest of us do.
Yet again, that's the story of my life.
Mhm.
I bulge out in places I don't want to.
Grow hair in places that don't make goddamn sense.
Yeah.
That is
Why?
a fact. And it sucks when they start turning white.
I wouldn't
Inside
know
your face.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Well, look, some of this started when I was like 30, and well, recently other things, body hair wise, have been it's just not cool.
Oh,
And then Phil, I think, even saw this. When you actually pull a white nose hair, you know you've made it.
Oh yeah, I got plenty of those.
oh hell, I've got I trim them all every day. They look like little albino octopuses on your face if you don't trim them.
They definitely stick out when you're talking to someone too, so you can't.
Yeah.
And they move.
You gotta get rid of them.
Move.
That would be why.
Everybody's talking about their wiener dogs, but they didn't ask me about my weenie. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, well, go ahead.
That crooked label, Phil.
Yeah, it must be a thing with the bullet then.
Yeah.
All right, didn't realize.
The more I drink, the crookeder it got. I don't know.
There you go.
Yeah.
Maybe that's because I drink so much. That's how why it's crooked. Oh, there it doesn't line up.
They do. They put it on purposefully that
There
way.
you go.
I'm back.
I gotta do it to them.
Shush. And look what Colin just fucking made.
Just sprayed it.
And it says on it, stupid butt. What in the world? Take your little bag puppet. Have
You
fun.
can't do that. You can't do that at schools. You gotta do it at home. I got it.
Yeah. Save all your insults for home.
That's right. Hey, Jody, can you see that in the basement?
What's that?
Can you see that in the basement?
Oh, there.
That'll really scare people.
Oh,
there you go.
And that's why we wore shorts.
There you go, right there.
I think
That's hard to
the first time I've
announce.
seen the full Monty.
You cannot unsee that shit.
Yeah.
That's true.
Ahoy, groovy.
We used to flash that all the time on my live streams back in the day.
Holy.
And
That
then
was
Megan saw me do that and was like, all right, it's over.
Oh, but Phil, though, our live stream count went up by 2 when you showed that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Boy,
great.
dickhead.
So, Phil, when that picture came up, you changed your name to Everything Phil.
They give everything Phil.
Everything. That was a lot of Phil
There,
right
there
there.
wasn't much Phil there. Trust me.
No, it wasn't.
Thank God that floss
There's
covered everything.
there's a whole lot of Phil, but yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
That's funny stuff.
No, mankinis do not cover any of the man part.
No.
Nope.
Only the parts that
Freaking
get you around.
ginkgoberries are dangling out and shit.
Oh, well, hey, no, true.
What do you
If
do
Phil,
about that?
all Phil would have to do is take one step forward, and things would fall out. Like those things,
Yeah.
it doesn't hold nothing. Like,
Oh,
Yeah.
I walked 3 steps, and I'm like, okay, I could get arrested for this.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure for the picture how to adjust things. I was like,
Yeah.
Man, I had the camera out. No, of course, no one took the picture for me. Duh. So you had to set the camera up away from you with a 10-second to go back and do your thing. Like you gotta
Right.
go. So you got 10 seconds. You got the camera set up. 10 feet away from you. You got to run back. You
And
got
then you
to make
stand there
sure
for
everything's
3
adjusted
seconds.
just right. So it's
Yeah,
not
he's
you know.
tucking in.
Self-timer for yourself and took that photo for yourself. You did.
You can't have one of your balls.
Oh,
hanging
the
out,
visual
you know?
is just
Yeah.
priceless right now.
And you don't even
Like,
know how that
Phil.
picture came. Yeah.
And when you had the star mask and the mankini only?
Did I have that?
Oh,
I
I
was
would
watching
die.
Bacon, no matter what you say,
Oh, I mean,
everybody saw
I
that.
sat here with a thigh mask and a mankini, but
Oh,
I
I
didn't
wasn't
stand up.
watching it.
Oh, yeah, I stood up, did I?
Yeah, it's like, hey, Phil,
I
are
don't
you
know.
holding onto a saggy purse?
Holy moly. I'm
Carry
glad
her.
you did that.
Oh, Jesus. I
So
still
it's
got
strange.
So,
All I
Jody,
know is after we did that show, we were so happy to not have those on anymore.
Oh, I
That's all I
bet.
gotta say.
I did a Tube of Terror challenge with that on Nuke Chili Heads. They did a big thing, like a 24-hour thing, and I went on there and did a really spicy challenge with that on. Of course, you only saw me like you see me now with
Yeah.
the mankini on, but I've done a couple of streams with that on. So
I would.
Well, that's what our stream was. It was just from the
Right.
what you see, right? Like it's not meant to be obscene. Like we weren't we weren't doing like calisthenics.
Well,
and-
here, let me go get a bottle of bourbon off the rear shelf, and you get up and you show your ass cheeks, right?
Yeah, we left our bottles. We stocked up on our bottles right here, and like I did jump on my thing, but I had shorts on, so I was,
Right.
You just got to see all the sagginess from the waist up, but it was all good.
That doesn't
So,
count. No,
hang
no,
on.
no.
We don't need to show that.
Hang on
Yeah.
1 second, though. I have to ask Lazy Nate, man, how did it go today?
I'll be back.
That's what I was about to say. I'm kind of glad you didn't go, and I don't mean that disrespectfully at all. It's just everything, even though it went smoothly to the naked eye, if you will, everything was going to shit behind the scenes.
Oh, really?
And I didn't realize that when I pulled up, I literally like went on the track. Like I pulled up, they staged us, and then they put us in the pit on pit road, and then we did have time to go take a leak, and luckily for the set up cameras or whatever. But when I pulled up onto the infield, they were already lining us up to go.
Yeah.
Like I wanted a second to kind of get my feet under me to see what was going on and all that type of stuff. Because I mean, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. Shit, I'm usually just maybe getting up at 11 o'clock in the morning. Maybe.
So you had so how fast did you run though? I mean,
we got up to 80. They had some other groups that probably went about a buck 10, but those are the more experienced guys that were out there.
I'm Canada. Is that kilometers an hour? Just kidding.
No. That's miles per hour on an actual NASCAR racetrack, buddy.
Just be the slowest race ever at 80 kilometers an hour.
But no, I mean it was fun. It was interesting. Any faster, and it damn sure would have been like going on a nice roller coaster, but in circles versus back and forth. The G forces never went over like 0.03, I think, or something like that, because I do have a readout on my dashboard that says that. And the rest of the time I was just hanging out, watching cars go fast and be loud, and then it turns out that my buddy from high school, he is the executive vice president in charge of operations, which I did not know until like the other day. So I'm like, hey, dude, what's going on? You're doing that shit. And it's kind of like, no, this dude runs. I mean, he doesn't own it, but he runs freaking Rocket Down.
So
it was fun, but it was not.
You have to follow like a pace car and stay in line. Is that why you only did 80? I mean,
yeah. For insurance purposes, because the group that was running the actual event is called Motorsports for the Masses, and they do a lot of events at a lot of different tracks, and they've got a good following. I've only heard of them just recently, but they do a lot of bring your own car or to the track events, and it's whether it's doing like me today, where Joe Blow can go up there and do some shit, and then but they also offer
what I was gonna say is I've done 80 legally on the way to visit my parents. I mean,
but have you done it at 45-degree banking turn?
Well, fuck yeah. I've had sport bikes and all kind of shit. So I've done way worse, but I don't know. I guess.
I mean, I wish I'd gone about, I wish I'd hit triple digits, I ain't gonna lie. But at the same time, having a brand new car, being the first time ever on a track.
Well, it had to have felt like you were just following. Like it's like, oh, come learn to ride a horse, and they put you on a horse that just walks behind the other horse.
No, it wasn't quite like that, because they had they had a pace car, a middle car, and then the last car behind me. And so in my video where I go, is this some bitch trying to pass me? No, it was the back car trying to motivate me to go faster, but at the same time, the only reason I was hanging back instead of 3 or 4 car lengths, about 5 or 6, was because there was like a Subaru in front of me, and every time that I did get on it, I was right up on his ass. And well, I'm not trying to slide into the wall in a $50,000 vehicle. Sorry.
Well, no, not trying to do that, but
not doing it.
Pull it to the inside, whatever. But yeah.
Well, I mean, we were just following each other, and the two times that I did kind of goose it a little bit on the backstretch, I was right up on his ass, and I didn't want to hit the brakes going into a bank.
You don't want to do that. Yeah.
Because when we did slow down and get off that track, I was literally like this.
But
in the car, I was kind of doing this. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Just because we were going like 30 at that point, and I'm all the way to the side, and it's like, no, that
Do
wasn't.
you have on your steering? Do you have like the different ratio on your steering wheel, or?
So the Super Sport Camaros come with touring mode, sport mode, track mode, and snow and ice.
You got an SS.
And I was in track mode.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, like on a steering wheel, like I've seen the guys that rebuild like old Stangs and stuff, and they don't even have a top or a bottom. So this is like all the way over, and this is all the way over.
It's like this, and then it's flat on the bottom.
Right.
But other than that, with what you're talking about, there's a brand new car that's a street car.
You're right. So you're street legal. Yeah.
There's no modifications made to it. Nothing. I haven't even put like the cold start thing on it.
Yeah,
but
that's they're designed for tracks and shit. So,
because
I was lucky enough to get one with a magnetic ride.
Oh, that's awesome! Like the Corvette.
That, I mean, it's not a one LE, but it's pretty much everything but the one LE with the front splitter and the Recaro.
You mean the ZL1?
Huh?
You mean the ZL1?
No. There's an SS1LE that actually that is basically just like the ZL1, but only has the 455 horsepower LT1 in it.
Okay.
So it's got all the cool shit on the outside. It's got the Recaro seats and all that type of stuff. But otherwise, it's like $5,000 more, and it wasn't worth it to me. And well, because the way this went down, I looked at one. It did not have magnetic ride. So by the time I finally called to do it, and Phil, just so you know, those fucking guys at Hendrick, since this is TMA, they were nice, but the dude fucking signed me up when I told him not to sign me up. Now, granted, I was stupid enough to sign the last paper, but I said, if you're going to put this through, you better wait till the fucking car's here and it's in my possession, or at least on your pad, because if you put it through before, I'm going to be very fucking pissed. Not only that, on a 2016 Enclave Premium, everything but running boards, they lowballed the shit out of me because when they sold it to me, they said the Carfax did say it did have a wreck, but Hendrick had fixed all of it and all that stuff. But it was a 1-under car at the time. It was under 60,000 miles, and the sons of bitches certified it. Well, I'm sorry, I don't give a freak who's what company you are. If you certify that vehicle, you cannot use it against the person trading it, because you have certified that thing is tip top, or as tip top as you're willing to allow.
Well,
and I realized certification, but
you bring it up to certified specifications. But at the end of the day, when someone's looking to buy it online, the Carfax is something to look at. And if you got a Carfax ding on a car, it goes to that bottom 10%.
Well, I told him, I said, you can kiss, because they came out to me at 18.5, and I told him, I said, you can kiss my ass. You're barely getting me out of a $25,000 vehicle I bought used 2 years ago. And my wife granted, she bought a brand new car. There was no problem with it. And she did get a great deal, but she got more on her trade than what she bought it for. And even Navy Fed, when I told them, I was like, hey, guys, this vehicle, while it's still nice, it did have that wreck. And they're like, no, it should still be 23.5. I said, no, work the deal with 21.5, because as much as I would like 23.5, because I paid like 25 for it in 2019, they're not going to do it. Oh, I said, no, just write my pre-approval with 21.5, and I can that way, if they come in a little short, I've got the money to make it up or score. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And they came up to 20.25. I was looking at 21.5. Put the grand down. Done deal. So I went in there smart, and they did try to screw me, which I knew they would.
We're gonna try, right?
Well, because around here the market's starting to go back
It
a
is.
little bit towards where it used to be.
It is.
And
well, you don't have Enterprise and Hertz and all those other companies out there paying top dollars for 2-3-year-old cars, which jacked everything up.
Yeah.
They're not buying cars right now, so they stopped buying cars. They put a stop buy on cars, so everything's going to come back down. So
and that's part of the reason I got a brand new car versus a used car, because I wasn't going to get stuck that far upside down.
Yeah, but
well, here's the deal. This is why I buy a brand used car, because my credit's in the 800s, and I can't. If I go in to buy a used car, I can get like 4.2%. If I go in to buy a brand new car, I get 0. Whatever. I mean, and you have to look at what you're paying over the life of that loan. And people say, oh, I'll never buy a used car because you take a $10,000 hit right off the lot. Bull fucking horse shit. You take the hit for me on the back end.
Yep.
When you buy my car 4 years from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, used, that's when you take the hit. I'm not taking a hit.
Yeah, no, I mean, if there's a particular one that I want to buy that's used because it's just like the car that I want,
yeah,
that's a different story.
I
But
would
at
go
the same
for
time,
a personal loan.
I'm glad you said that, because I think when I bought this, my stuff was my credit was 770.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I mean, it just like if I want a particular vehicle, I'll pay for it. But at the same time, if I ever get to that point where I can have multiple vehicles under my name, not just the family,
good picture, Alex.
I can probably put 50% down and get a really itty bitty payment, even if it's a 4% loan because it's a used car. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I wouldn't even. I mean, if anybody tries to loan me anything over 2%, I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah. I'm on my third truck now since 2000.
Well, I'm sorry, Jody. I just got to bougie status within the last couple of years, so I'm learning, man. Okay, like, bro, chill. I'm just fucking with you.
No, but I look at it as like that's my third truck now since 2016, 17. And that's when I got to customize. And the thing is that you get the 0.99% interest rate, but you also get zeroed out warranty. The Lariat before I had this, they gave me, so there was 50,000 owing on the loan. They gave me 50,000 for the loan to trade in. So it was like dollar for dollar, because right now, like second used vehicles are like gold. They were when I got this truck last year.
Mm-hmm.
So they gave me like dollar for dollar what I was owing. So I didn't work. It was like just taking like a new loan. Like
right.
Okay, so before these two go on, for anybody watching, if you do 4 years or below, you're going to get the rates they're talking about. If you want to go 5 or 6 years, you're not going to get. It's only going to be about a point more, but you're not going to get the 0 point or 1 point, whatever.
You can get 5.
Like my rate is 2.04.
0 point something, but not 0.2. But if you go 6 years, all of a sudden you're 1 point, and if you have excellent credit, you're at 1.7. And then if you go 7 years, you're up there. You might as well go buy a used car.
Jody, Navy Fed, unless you do 4 years or less, will not go below 2 points, and that's including their 0.25 or whatever military discount.
It took me a lot of years to get to have credit the way I did. I had a bad divorce that I had a written off vehicle. Like nobody would look at me forever.
Well,
exactly.
Like I was getting 14% offers at one point in life. Yeah, it was like no thanks.
My offer was 6%.
Here's the deal, though, guys. I use Navy Federal for a free checking account that it's not connected to my life. They have no idea of what assets I have. It's like a free checking, and I mean because I'm a veteran, so I can get.
You better not bring up USAA, because my wife, and I'm gonna go ahead and say it, my wife got the 2.04 via Navy Fed and USAA for the same vehicle, same every fucking thing, offered 9.07 on a brand goddamn new 2021.
Yeah, no, I'm not even bringing the shit up. I use.
Okay, sorry, I'm just that pissed at USAA.
He didn't bring it up. You just did, but he
Yeah,
didn't.
you did.
Sorry,
But
I'm just that pissed at USAA.
Federal.
My bad.
I use Navy Federal like my little slough money thing, but I go to my bank when I want money, and they know me. I've been with them for 20 years, and they're like, "Oh, we'll give you whatever," and that's how I buy shit.
Now, is it a local bank or is it a big bank?
No, it's a big bank.
Well, I hope it's not PNC, because PNC was more for the same fucking loan than what Navy Fed.
Bank of America. That's what I use.
Well, they're assholes too, but that's a different story. But you see, you're a business person who's got a shitload of money, so therefore, forthwith.
I don't know.
Me, I'm some little scrub they never heard of.
I have a crap load. There's a difference between a crap load and a shitload, and
but there's also a buttload. Does it go buttload
or you can have a fuck ton?
Well, Jeff Bezos has like a fuck ton.
There you
right?
go.
Okay, well.
So if we want to
no. Jody's the type of guy that has an ass load. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Jeff Bezos has a dick load.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Okay,
because he's got a rocket shaped like a dick. So therefore,
whatever. We can call it. We can call it whatever. But no, I mean, we make okay. We make okay.
Every time I hear somebody that's got that many fucking amount of liquor behind you and VR 180 and they say, we make okay. I love you, Jody, but those are the people I want to go, you can kiss my hairy white ass.
Okay.
And I don't mean that like personally. I'm just saying in general.
I know, but this is what my daughter.
Some bitch pulls up in a 700 horsepower Hellcat fucking Durango, and then
yeah, we bought that for the trailer.
And I'm driving an 86 Corolla.
Okay, so here's the deal.
86. Holy.
Not now. No. Alex, I'm driving a 2022 Camaro, but I'm just saying. I'm just fucking with Jody because I like having fun with
her. But I know, but I have to put
that's a church door there in 80s.
Because my daughter was having a hard time. She married a Navy guy, and they were like wanting me to send money for this and send money for that, and I'm like, so it was a mistake, right? No. It was not a mistake. Your grandbabies. And I said, I'll tell you what, I'll buy one first class ticket going, or one round class first class ticket going, and 2 one-ways coming back. And I'll fly out there and I'll get my granddaughters and I'll bring them back here, and I will buy them all new clothes. You don't even have to pack a bag. I'll buy them. I'll take them to a Baby Gap, whatever, we'll hook them up. But I am not getting sucked into this hole where I have to pay your electric bill every month. I will help you out if I think it's going to help you, but I am not going to become your crutch where you have to dig yourself out of this hole. And I know it sounds rough, but my gosh, I want my kids to excel,
That's the only reason I came in here. You said you'd pay my bill.
I'm not going to let them die. I'm not going to let them die, but they're going to get close. But, I'm just saying that there is the ability to help and the willingness to help, and there's motivation behind both sides of it, right? Why is everybody pointing at Crazy Ann?
Because she's not paying attention.
Because I got a message from Samantha. She had to leave, and nobody of you guys saw that.
Well, we saw it, but
she didn't say nothing. She bounced out.
There was no one crying. I'm sorry. Should we be weeping because Sam left? I'm sorry. I forgot to weep.
Why not?
I forgot to weep.
So
she's welcome back. But what I'm saying is, though, there's a lot of backstory.
I can't do this.
No. But Jody, what you're saying too, though, is there's a line to draw of helping and encouraging
and enabling.
Enabling. That's the word I'm
enabling.
thinking of. Yeah,
Right.
enabling. Yeah, exactly. Because then
And I'm not going to enable bad behavior.
Yeah.
I will help you to strive. I'm not going to enable you to fail.
no, exactly. But the kids
Right.
have done no wrong yet. So what you're doing is helping the kids.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I'm not going to let them die.
No,
You know,
but at the same time, you could teach the kids now.
you're right. And sometimes it's tough love. But, you know, we worked oh my gosh. You know, we've worked and I mean, I didn't always have all of this. I mean, I'm in my 50s,
Sam.
you know, and only recently have I been able to build this shelf.
The kids have got no idea these days. They really don't.
Oh, for sure.
Kids today have no idea. So
I struggled.
I got 6 kids. My youngest is 18 years old. They've got no idea what we went through to be where we are today.
Okay, Phil, hold on. You're partially right. And here's the reason why I'm even saying anything. As somebody who was exactly what Jody was bitching about for a little while, back in my mid 20s and maybe even like very early 30s, just because of the way life happened.
Yeah.
My parents, and don't take this the wrong way because I know you're only a few years older than me. You, in a certain way, were able to buy the $50,000 house that is now worth $350,000.
No, I didn't.
Depending on where you live, of course.
Right.
You know, but you were able to buy the $50,000 to $80,000 house, which was a sufficient home for at least a 2 or 3 person. I know you said you had 6 kids, so don't get me wrong. It is that inflation, when I turned 18 to 20, I could go get a Snickers bar, a Mellow Yellow, 5 gallons of gas, and a pack of Marlboros for like $7.
Mm-hmm.
That right now is going to run you $25 at the bare minimum.
A pack of cigarettes up here in Canada is like $25.
Oh yeah, well,
It's crazy.
Yeah. Back when I was paying $1.50, my cousin was telling me they were like $7. I was like, well,
a tin of chew is $25. That's crazy. No, and Nate, you're exactly right. Like, I mean, it's the pricing's different. I ran in high school with a $5 bill, and I got change for smokes when I used to buy, like, you know.
Well, yeah.
When I first started smoking at 18, there were 90 cents.
Oh, yeah, where you guys are, but I mean,
now they're $6.50.
But now we're talking about luxury items.
$7-8.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's the difference. You know, a house isn't quite exactly a luxury item, and the house that my parents, maybe even y'all's parents, bought for what we consider really freaking cheap, but maybe was expensive back then.
Right.
And they had a $200 or $300, maybe even depending on the house, $500 payment. That same house is now a $2,000 payment and 10 times, 20, 30 times more than what it cost originally.
Where are you buying? Because there are areas. I mean, LA, if you're trying to buy in California and you're trying to buy anywhere in around LA, yeah, you're going to pay $1 million for a house.
Jody, I live right on the edge of Durham and Durham County.
Right, but I'm
suburbs
here.
And our house, since we bought it, in the 6 years since we bought it, has gone up $100,000 in value.
Yeah,
everything's gone up $100,000 in value in the last year.
Mine's gone up $200,000 in the last 6 months or year or whatever.
So you guys, so look at Vancouver in BC. There's a friend of mine, his parents, which are in their 70s, early 80s, his dad is. They bought their house for, it was like $50,000 if they were lucky. Like years ago, they've been in the same house and they live by the ocean and everything like that. Their house is evaluated now at $3 million.
Right.
Their house has been paid off for 20 years.
But
they get
on,
hit with the taxes now for $3 million evaluation.
And they are willing to sell because that shit is expensive.
No, what I'm getting at is that they're retired. They thought they own their house, they'll be set, but no, because the evaluation of their house now, they have to pay the lot tax or the not lot tax, whatever you call it, the
property
tax for their house at the $3 million evaluation and not the $50,000 that they bought it for.
But there's people though in Bernhard, Mississippi, and I just made up a name of something. Because Mississippi's backwoods as fuck, that bought their house for like 12 or 15,000, and it may be worth 20 now. But we can't look at these areas.
No, Jody, I'm gonna have to dispute you on that unless it's just a piece of shit overall and they didn't fix it up. Even pieces of shit are $50,000-$100,000 more.
I have to dispute you there, because if you live far enough away from any Mecca area where you can be a lawyer, a doctor, or work for some financial company, because they don't just put shit out, they put branches out in that shit, but they don't, you don't have Amazon moving in to Burn Fuckle Ducal, Mississippi. You have them moving in. Now, when they do move in, and when, like Austin, when Michael Dell decided to move from Silicon Valley into Austin, Texas, it drove the housing prices through the roof because all these people were selling their houses in California for like $2.5 million minimum. And they moved there, and the median house price was $285,000. And they drove that shit up to $6 million. Overnight, boom, you couldn't buy a house.
Well, but that's what I'm saying is everything's so crazy that you can't really just assume the old school thinking.
Where you are. It's where you are.
Right, but if if there's a neighborhood in Bumfuck or whatever the fuck you call it, Mississippi, that is the neighborhood, and you bought the thing for $20,000, and there's only 20 things. You're in a town of 200 people, and there's 20 nice houses in this place. You bought it for $20,000. Well, now you're probably going to pay $120,000.
Well, what I'm saying though is, if your parents were lucky enough to spend $18,000 on a 1,200 square foot house, and all of a sudden Silicon Valley moved in, and they're willing to pay them $1 million, more power to them. Sell that shit. Move to another BFE town, because that's what you're used to. Take your profit and buy 3 houses somewhere. It's not that, it's where, it's the area. Now, as we continue to overpopulate the earth, these areas are becoming more and more, but cities are always the hubs, because that's where the industry goes. That's where the financial institutions go. That's where the insurance companies build their headquarters, all that. Now with COVID, we're seeing a big turnaround with brick and mortar. Brick and mortar doesn't mean as much anymore. We're about to flip the other way here, where area doesn't matter anymore. And over the next couple of years, you're going to see housing prices plummet. And all these people that bought these big houses in these big dramatic areas, unless the climate is perfect. Now, when you have 70-degree temperature all year round and you have very little rain, you're going to pay way more for your houses over there, because everybody fucking wants to live there. But we're going to see a flip over the next couple of years.
I do think there will be a little bit of a bubble burst, nothing like 2008. But at the same time, if we saw that bubble burst when people were just straight up bullshitting with the loans and the tranches and all that kind of type of crap, if you watch The Big Short and how they explained it, I don't think it's going to be that much of I think housing will back down just a tiny bit, but I don't think it is going to, because people are too freaking greedy.
Well, but I think it's going to back down where undesirable places. Undesirable
bourbon.
places.
It's bourbon. It's bourbon.
Yeah.
If it
going
makes
third time.
undesirable places, then people will snatch it up, demolish it, and build quote unquote not exactly truly nicer shit, but quote unquote newer shit.
Yeah.
And that's what
that's
newer shit.
gentrification, but that usually happens in the cities. I'm talking
I can't
about
wait to try that.
You know, I'm talking about these backwoods places.
So you got twins on the back.
Number 3 is supposed to be the better one.
Number 3.
One of them was barrel. I think it's pick 3 or barrel 3 or something.
Well, I probably didn't get that.
See, guys, what Jody doesn't understand is I am in BFE, North Carolina.
Number 5.
One's 5 and one's 3 then.
Like 16 years ago, while y'all talk about that,
35.
I married a chick from here, and we would come down here fairly often, and there was nothing down here. There still is technically to me nothing.
The one with Klein on the corner.
Well, the one says bottle 5 of 180, one says bottle 35 of 180.
Show me the pictures on both. One has one has Mike and Adam on it, but it has Klein on the bottom. Nope, not that one. The next one should have Klein on the bottom. Yeah, that's the better one.
Oh yeah,
they're both good. Don't get me wrong, but that's 3. It's called 3. I don't know why they call it that. And they're twist offs.
Right? Nothing but the best.
Same company that does Malort.
Oh, don't say that. I've never had Malort, but wow, everybody talks about Malort. But it's on MGP juice, right?
But the bourbon's supposed to be amazing. That's
so.
Well, they took that picture of the twins off of a movie that was filmed here in Santa Fe.
No shit. Really?
Yeah, Arnold and Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito.
Donnie DeVito. That's the Donnie DeVito from Twins. No. He's from It's Sunny in Philadelphia. Sorry, if y'all seen Super Troopers 2, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I know who Donnie DeVito is. I'm just fucking with him. Is that the Donnie DeVito from Taxi?
Well,
but anyway.
The last thing I heard was what Bourbon Bounty doesn't understand, and let me tell you.
No, Jody, hold on.
Wait. Let me say this. Let me
finish.
Okay, fair enough.
I am part of the problem. I am part of your problem because North Carolina is a beautiful climate. We have 4 seasons, but none harsh. I moved here from Texas. I was willing to pay $600,000-$700,000. I didn't have to, and I paid, half that. But I paid way more than they were asking for my house. You know why? Because this is a beautiful climate. We have hills. We have all this stuff, and to me, it was a fucking bargain. It was a bargain.
And that's fair enough. Now look, what I was saying, Jody.
But it drives.
I'm down here by Pinehurst, which is very rich because of the golf community, and Pinehurst has been around forever. You got all the PGA, LPGA, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is one of the poorest parts of the state.
Yeah.
I married a chick from down here. Obviously, it didn't work out, but we used to come down here a little bit. Hold on, Raymond. I'm actually about done with this whole part of the conversation, so please let me finish. Coming down here for the first time in like 12 years, this place has gone from trailer parks to I just bought food from B-Dubs, could have gone to Texas Roadhouse, and I'm sure that there really there's been so much build up from just a couple gas stations and a bunch of antique strip malls and no-tell motels that there's a lot of nice stuff. Like the place I'm staying, it's cheap because they're remodeling it. But once they get done with it, even though it's rustic and probably the old version was a no-tell motel or something like that, this was half the price. Well, it was about $60 less than one night in Pinehurst for 2 nights, and it's nice and clean. And it's just this is bumfuck poor Egypt, North
But
Carolina.
it's flipping though.
Well, I don't think they're going to flip it. I think my buddy's trying to bring back racing at Rockingham, so I think the people who own this place are trying to capitalize on that.
Well, yeah, but there's
a
a
golf course
lot
behind it
of
too,
people with money that are into racing, and they expect. Here's the deal. Here's what happens, and I wish RB was here because he's a mayor of the colony in North Dallas. He will tell you all of these nice restaurants and all of these things come at a cost, right? The city subsidizes these restaurants to come in.
Some
Now,
of them, not all of them.
No, oh no. See, now you said earlier what Bourbon doesn't understand. I'm trying to tell you what Lazy Nate does not understand.
Well, hold on, Jody. Hold on.
Okay.
I don't want you to get so upset.
No. I'm not.
What you didn't understand is this place is what I meant by what you don't understand is where I'm at right now.
Right.
Is one of the more poor places that's built up. And that's all I meant. I didn't mean anything else.
They're going to flip it. They're going to flip it because here's why. Because we're running out of space. And there are a few places in this United States where the climate and everything is perfect. And as things keep changing, people are going to congregate, and the people with money are going to congregate toward the more comfortable areas. And right now, North Carolina is a comfortable area to live. Very comfortable between heat and cold. And when that happens, they're going to move in. And when they move in, they're going to demand higher quality of food. They're going to demand higher quality of grocery stores. And all of that shit comes out of your taxes. All of this stuff.
Oh, you're okay. Hold on. You're talking about big box. Okay, you're talking about big box.
No, I'm talking
about. You are absolutely correct.
And when that happens, and they demand these big box stores and they demand these better restaurants, the property taxes go up, and it runs everybody else out. And when people won't sell, they force you out, and it's called gentrification.
Well, I mean, and that's fair enough, but I mean, this is, I mean, seriously, and I don't mean any disrespect to this area because there's a lot of nice, respectful people down here, but it's bumfuck redneck Egypt.
Yeah,
and
but
it still is. I actually look. I'm a 45-year-old man. I'm not a 25-year-old man, so I'm not trying to race somebody in the middle of the night. So down a dark highway that I don't know. But for the first time, I've had a couple that looked like they were going to do it, but never did. But I got B-dubs. Down here, there's a big median in the middle, and each lane goes whatever, and there's like woods, and this is a sharp left-hand turn, and have to go across the other highway to get into it. Well, that last half mile in a 55-mile-an-hour zone, I had dropped back to about 45. So apparently this Mustang thought I was dropping back to let him catch up and then start rolling racing. And as soon as I turned on, I mean, like he kind of stayed at my back quarter panel, and then he kind of came up, and it took me a couple times from doing this for me to actually notice him out of my peripheral because I'm looking, it's dark, blah, blah, blah. And as soon as I turned on my left-hand blinker, because I saw it was like 0.3 miles away from the turn, we're in a 55. The son bitch went from 45 to like 70 in 2 seconds.
Right.
And I'm like, you seriously were trying to race me at dark, and I'm trying to just find my hotel because I'm driving a Camaro. Welcome to fucking actual sports car ownership.
Right.
Bumfuck Egypt. So, yeah.
But I will say this. I've watched towns flip, and I've watched people deny the action that was happening, and I could see it all the way. And I'm like,
and you're not wrong. Look, I don't want you to take me as me being like,
no, but
everybody else thinks I'm conflicting, but no, you took what I was trying to say wrong because this area has built up.
To be honest, when you said that, I went and took a piss, right? So I couldn't hear shit. So
I was just saying, this is just back when I met my second ex-wife, this place was nothing. It was dead.
Yeah,
Now it's kind of starting to thrive on the main strip.
Right.
But there's not that many developments outside a couple small areas.
Here's what I will warn people about. You can't do anything about it. I mean, I'm sorry, but you can't. But here's the problem with COVID, and now 89 to 92% of our staff are now working from anywhere they want. They can work from home. See, before the gentrification happened in the cities, right? Because that's where the headquarters was. That's where our office buildings were. We wanted to live close to where we worked. Now I can walk 30 steps from my bedroom and be at my desk.
Well, what you're saying is fair
enough.
Enough.
Let me finish, please, because I'm trying to let people know what's coming. And we're not going to turn it around. We're not, because we're saving so much money in these huge corporations to get rid of brick and mortar, to get rid of all this. Now people can live wherever they want to. And so instead of fighting traffic in a city, they're going to move to places like North Carolina that has this perfect fucking climate. And guess where they're going to want to live? Over toward the coast, not too close because hurricanes, but they're going to buy a place and they're going to live where they're comfortable. And they're going to drive prices up. They're going to push people out because they're demanding. And when they demand things, the city councils and these mayors, they get together and they're like, oh yeah, we can bring in a Whole Foods. We can bring in this. All of that costs the taxpayers money, and it drives the property taxes up. And that's what drives the house prices up, right? Because they're demanding all this stuff. So after a while, people are going to get pushed out of these perfect climate areas with these beautiful rolling hills and these green hillsides that no one ever thought about before because it was in the middle of BFE. But now I can work from BFE as long as I have good internet.
And that's the only thing keeping people from, because like my wife works from home and has since I've met her.
Right.
But we moved to Ridgemont, North Carolina, which is halfway between Durham and the lovely Rox Vegas, aka Roxborough. And when we were supposed to be getting like 20 megs of upload or download and like 5 megs of upload, we were barely getting. I don't know how. I mean, once she was working, I mean, it was DSL, but how she was able to work, considering what we have at home with Spectrum and how Spectrum does go out, doing this and doing that, and it's a lot slower every once in a while than it should be. Mm-hmm. But the fact that we were supposed to be getting like 4 meg upload and 20 download, and we were getting like 750 KB download and 350 KB upload, how she worked, I don't know.
Well, you got to be the squeaky wheel. But here's the deal, though. When a few people move in that's making 300 plus a year, thousand. I'm talking about 300,000 plus a year, 700,000 plus, $1 million too. They move into the area, they fix that shit. You know why? Because they demand it, and they can buy them if they won't fix it. And,
certain municipalities, that's true, and certain municipalities are not smart enough to catch on to that train.
Well, okay.
That's the best way I can put it.
But here's the deal. If that municipality is in a perfect climate zone with like beautiful hills and it's desirable for people to move into it, whether they catch on or not is superfluous, because these people will control their municipality. Once they start getting a foothold in that area and they build this big golf course and they do these things.
Have you been in North Carolina more than 10 years?
No, I've been here for 5, and I've seen.
Okay. So what I'm going to say is, in North Carolina, despite generally agreeing with you, I honestly agree with you. Mm-hmm. There are municipalities in this state, it doesn't care if you offered them $20 million, they are not going to budge and even put a fucking Speedway or Circle K on their block if they really don't.
What I'm saying is, though, they're obsolete, and they can continue to dominate and suppress their areas to a point. But when these cities start coming together and they start overwhelming the area, they're not going to be able to control it anymore, because money talks, bullshit walks. And that's what happens when, now I'm not saying it's going to permeate across everything, but anything close to any city center is going to increase, and as these city centers grow, the property taxes are going to keep going up and up, and it's going to drive people out. And hell, the people you're talking about won't budge. They won't be able to afford it anymore.
That's part of the reason they do it, is they don't want their property values going up because of the property taxes, etc.
Well, they can only fight it so long, Now, people that live out in the middle of really, truly BFE, I'm talking about way out from Winston-Salem, Piedmont Triad, Charlotte, all of this stuff. They're safe for a while. And for probably 10, 20 more years in some places. But they're not safe forever.
Like down here in Pinehurst, Rockingham. And do you have something to say? Honestly, I'm sorry. You have been patiently sitting there.
I'm lost. I'm keeping an eye on the chat because Jody, he forgot about the chat, so I'm keeping an eye on that shit.
No,
I mean, and Jody, when I said what you didn't know, it wasn't meaning disrespect.
No. I mean, no, but
I know I can be taken that way sometimes.
I've lived in DFW, and I've seen Dallas-Fort Worth grow, and I've seen them take over areas that thought they were safe. And it is hell when it happens, and they will overtake you, and they will gentrify an area. They will kick all these people out.
Happens so many times in different places. A lot of people don't understand is when you have a community that's growing in times and you are demanding a lot of this stuff, a lot of people are kicked out and a lot of people are pushed out in the boonies or wherever they can find a place to live.
Yeah, and I'm only saying, I'm trying to bring a public service announcement to people. Mm-hmm. Don't get comfortable. It's coming, and when they come in, you're screwed. But hey, Rod J's in the house, and Crazy Ann cheers. I'm trying to catch up on the chat.
I know people don't like Gran Turismo Sport, but I haven't played it in a little while, but I liked it.
I'm sorry I missed the chat. We got into a topic that was near and dear to my heart, and
folks, Jody's not wrong. However, there are certain redneck places that what he's saying does not apply for like the next 30 or 40 years.
Right. Now I'll give you
that's what I was getting at.
Right.
Because in the 30 years or 35 years I've lived in North Carolina.
And I hope it's 30 or 40. It could be 15, 18.
Well, here's the funny thing, Jody. Where I lived in I lived just north of Durham when I was growing up. I still live kind of in the general area of the same place, but there was a place past my high school that was kind of like a line that Durham County would not allow you to put any business between there and halfway to Roxborough, which is about a 15 to 20 mile stretch.
Right.
I moved here in 1987. It is now 2022. And you know how many businesses have popped up in that same area I'm talking about? 5.
But all it takes.
2 of them. Now, Jody, here's the funny thing. You living in North Carolina, you'll get a kick out of this. 2 of them are Dollar General.
Yeah. But here's what it takes. It takes one mayoral election to go the wrong way. It takes one It takes somebody seeing the area. Now, I'm not saying they're going to look at that area and even desire it, but if they did, if that an Amazon or a Dell or Microsoft or somebody saw that area as desirable, you would see a shift within a 2-year period, and people would be like, oh, this is never going to happen. And 2 years later, you're fucked. Now, I'm not saying that's a desirable area. I don't know where you are. I don't know exactly where you're talking about. But if a major corporation like Google or Microsoft or something like that saw that area as desirable,
we have Mitsubishi Semiconductor, AW Transmissions, Eaton Transmissions.
No, I'm not talking about like what's there now. I'm talking about if they saw that area as green and perfect climate and oh boy, this is perfect, they would, everybody you're talking about would be gone within 2 years. They would be gone. I don't care what happened over the last 30. They would be gone.
In certain places, you're right.
No, I'm saying if. And there's
no. I mean, in certain places, you're right. And you're going to learn. In certain places in North Cackalack, you are absolutely correct. In certain places in North Cackalack, you got to learn. And that's all I'm going to say. I wasn't trying to really just.
No.
I didn't mean to get in this 20-minute conversation about this crap.
No, but what I'm saying is if, and I'm not saying in Cackalack, whatever, right? But if a company, if a lot of wealth, now this is the if, they saw that piece of earth as desirable.
Okay, let me rephrase this. Jody, you do know that I live in the RTP, right?
The what?
Research Triangle Park, which has IBM, Microsoft, Red Hat, everything. And on the outskirts where I'm talking about is where the rich people who were smart enough and wanted to not stay in the city and in the apartments and all that stuff, they bought their shit for $100,000 many years ago. And some of it's still only maybe at 150, 200,000, but things are encroaching. I'll give you that, but it's taken 35 years for some of these to encroach.
Right, and
Amazon's been here. They're coming with some more. I mean, Raleigh Durham is so freaking big. I don't even recognize it anymore. Where I'm ready to get the hell out of here.
Right, but all I'm saying is if, okay, for whatever reason, let's say there was a mineral spring, or hey, this is the most luscious golf course ever, or what?
But Pinehurst didn't do that. Pinehurst, see, that's what I'm talking about. Pinehurst, PGA championships. They got 20, 30 fucking courses that were designed by the best golfers here. Poorest part of the fucking state, or one of the poorest parts of the state. It still is. That's the part I don't get, because even though if you go into Pinehurst,
they don't want to live there.
Well, if you go into Pinehurst itself or Southern Pines, they have a lot of rich neighborhoods that you're going to pay those prices that we're talking about.
Okay, yeah.
But 3 miles away, you're going to see 50 trailer parks.
Well, and right. Well, what I'm saying is if, and this is a big if more people wanted, I mean, people with wealth said, oh, Pinehurst, that's where we want to live, you would see those things go away. And
But
that area,
that's what I'm saying. In the city of Pinehurst,
I'm not saying,
I'll see you guys later.
Park,
I'm going to go to
you're absolutely
Ruby's.
right. On the immediate outskirts, that's what I'm talking about. Is Pinehurst went from this to this, but right here, dirt poor.
Right.
I'm not literally like I hate to put it this way, but rich people could probably piss off their back porch onto a trailer.
Right, but I'm saying if they wanted to, and I'm only using this area as an example, It's wherever people with wealth deem desirable, they will run everybody else out. They just haven't.
And you're right. And you're right. You're right.
You know, they'd rather live in SoCal or somewhere in Florida or wherever. But if it came to a point, if climate change moved things around, and all of a sudden that area was the most desirable area in the world, there would be no trailer parks there anymore. They would be gone. It would be all Rich Central. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I think I'm done with this topic.
Yeah, me too.
I did not mean it for it to go there.
No. It really didn't. I mean, I'm a passionate arguer. I'm not mad. I'm just saying.
Well, and you did. I was saying what you don't understand is I married a chick from down here, and it's only changed so much in the almost 20 years since.
Yeah. So
that's all I meant by that. So I've downloaded my footage from today. I think I might mess with it.
Vanguard equals right now. And then they are also copying other games. Oh man, we got Rod J in the house, man. We've lost everybody.
Yeah, they're over on Groovy's channel.
Everybody off. You chased everybody off.
Everybody else went to Groovy's channel. So
I did. I'll do it. I'll do it in a heartbeat.
You're at 420. That's the perfect time to stop it.
Yep. And it's 11:35. I may jump over onto Groovy's. Well, I may go into the chat for a little bit.
It's 10:35. It's not 11:35.
Well, it's 4:35.
Well, that's for Norway.
Yeah.
But I may jump over there for a little bit. But I'm going to bed here.
Did you see me driving the track?
No.
Before you go up on panel, if you do, go to my channel, and I drove on Rockingham's racetrack, which is a former NASCAR track, and they're trying to bring it back.
Where did they put that? On YouTube, on Facebook? Where?
I did a Facebook Live. I've got a bunch more footage, but I did a Facebook Live of me pulling on to the track and doing the laps and then pulling off. And we only did 5 or 6 laps, so it's only like a 4 or 5 minute video.
Yeah, I'm not going up on that panel, so that's okay.
All right, guys, we're gonna end this. I gotta play disc golf in the morning.
I'm still gonna get up with you somehow.
Oh yeah, we're right here.
We're gonna figure it out, and then we're gonna sit down, and you're gonna be like, "This dude is like me, but he's just way too scatterbrained for it to make sense."
Hell, I'm scatterbrained.
No, not compared to me. No way, no how, sir.
I'm only scatterbrained for crazy.
Yeah,
all right, we'll talk to y'all later. All right.
Good night.